is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Florida.
It's a four-game series, and it starts here in Atlanta. It ends actually in North Carolina at Fort Bragg on Sunday night. The first three here at Turner Field. The Marlins try to solve the mystery of the Braves. How to beat the Atlanta Braves. The fish will try to do that tonight, tomorrow night, and on Saturday afternoon. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz, Outliner, joins me tonight. For the Marlins, the news is off the field. Fernando Rodney, a guy who's been an all-star a couple of times, who is a proven closer, having a really nice year for the Padres, is now a Marlin. The Marlins acquired him early today.
I like the pickup, Rich. I think if you look at where baseball is going, and you could probably go back to the three-headed monster, the Kansas City Royals, and other places, certainly what the Yankees have done. Fernando Rodney, I don't care, he's 39 years old. He's pitching like the closer that he was a few years ago, 48 saves, an ERA minuscule of .31. You talk about a guy that still has his stuff. Watching some of his tape, he's throwing 97 miles an hour. He still has the great changeup. You see the trade. I think it's really important for this team, the players on this team, to see guys like this to help improve. A.J. Ramos has done a nice job. I love Ellington, his arm. To me, they have legitimately 3 or 4 closer arms in that pen.
Now, Rodney will not join the team until tomorrow night, Game 2 of the series. Wei-Yin Chen is on the mound, and the Marlins hope he pitches like he did his last time out.
He was great. I'll tell you, watching Wei-Yin Chen, I love when he attacks on the inside part of the plate. Last start against the Cubs, I thought his fastball was good. He touched 93 several times. He's got his slider and curveball. That pitch right there. Uses his changeup. I thought, Rich, he was a true 3-pitch pitcher. That lockout fastball inside, when he dots that fastball in, it opens up the outside of the plate. Wei-Yin Chen was very good in his last start.
Now, the Marlins are trying to beat the Atlanta Braves, as you see Chen getting loose in the outfield right now. Mike Foltynewicz throws hard. He's been out with a little bit of an injury, but he's back and in the rotation.
Yeah, he had the elbow soreness, chips, I'm not really sure. But listen, this guy is a future stuff-wise. 100 miles an hour he'll touch. He throws 4 pitches. I think it's part of the future. I mean, this is we'll talk about it, what the Braves are doing moving forward, and he was one of the pieces in the Evan Gavis trade a couple years ago to Houston.
Now the Marlins trying to erase also the memory of those 2 games in Detroit. A 4-gamer starts tonight in Atlanta. Everybody's lined up, ready to go. More on that trade with Jessica Blaylock when we get back. presenting sponsor of Miami Marlins baseball. Marlins and Braves, warm night in Atlanta. Let's go down to Jessica Blaylock. Jess?
Thanks so much, Rich. The trade deadline this season isn't until August 1st, but the Marlins have made a move today, adding Fernando Rodney to their bullpen. There's a lot of curiosity as to how Rodney is going to fit into the bullpen since the Marlins already have an established closer in AJ Ramos. Don Mattingly said that he's talked to his guys, but he's yet to talk to Fernando Rodney himself, so they don't want to make any announcement on his role yet, but he does feel like there's one way in particular that Fernando Rodney is going to be able to give this bullpen a boost.
Well, we're able to shorten the game. That's for sure. We've been able to shorten it in our minds already, and now it just makes it even shorter. And when we've talked about it, there's been a number of times when, we've had a number of guys not available because we've used them all in one, in back-to-back days. We definitely should be able to spread those guys out now and make keep it whether you got a couple innings where you're feeling really comfortable all the time.
And you think about what a guy like AJ Ramos has done this season, what a guy like David Phelps has done, the potential of a guy like Kyle Barraclough, the addition of Fernando Rodney to the bullpen is a very exciting move. When we return, it is first pitch between the Marlins and the Braves. They are kicking off 3 games here in Atlanta before playing Game 4 of their series in Fort Bragg on Sunday. It's Wei-Yin Shin on the mound for the Fish.
Miami Marlins baseball on Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Dodge. Marlins and Braves ready to go. Turner Field in Atlanta. A little bit of traffic. Lineups for the Fish. Game 1 of the 4-game set brought to you by U Health Sports Medicine. Derek Dietrich, Martin Prado, Christian Yelich, Marcelo Zuna, Giancarlo Stanton, Justin Bour, JT Realmuto, and Danny Echeverria. With Wei-Yin Shin in the 9 spot, Mike Foltynewicz and Derek Dietrich. Begin this night, a warm night in Atlanta. Dietrich, former Georgia Tech shortstop, pops it up into the seats and out of play. And there's a good look at Foltynewicz.
Coming off the disabled list, guy's got a good arm. Foltynewicz, upwards of 98 to 100 mile an hour fastball.
Dietrich fights it off. The Marlins coming off the 2 games in Detroit where they had a ton of hits but did not score a ton of runs. They lost 7-5 on Tuesday and had 16 hits. And of course, lost 10-3 yesterday, but had 14 hits. Dietrich had 3 hits in the series. And he sends that one out into shallow center. Chase Darno is out there, the versatile one. And he makes the catch. And there's one out here in the first.
Now let's take a look at Mike Foltynewicz. Don't try to spell it. I'll tell you, coming back from the DL, he was traded a couple years ago for Evan Gattis, and this is part of the whole rebuild for the Braves, folks. High heat, no kidding. 95.1. He's hit 99 to 100. And pieces of the big puzzle. I mean, we're going to talk about it tonight. This is an organization that's in flux, to say the least. John Hart, along with his team, has been making trades. Any kind of veteran established major leaguer the last couple of years that they could trade, they have. They're bolstering their minor leagues. They're getting prospects. And that's where they are.
Martin Prado up the middle. Terrific stop by Peterson. Sliding on one knee, and he robs Prado of a hit. Braves defensively, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Still not used to seeing Jeff Francoeur in left field, but that's where he is. Darno, you've met him in center. Nick Markakis out in right. Freddie Freeman and Adonis Garcia on the corners. Eric Ibar, Jace Peterson up the middle. And Tyler Flowers is behind home plate. Here's Yelich now. He stands in against Foltynewicz. 4 hits in Detroit for Yelich, including a double. And there's that upper 90s heat that you were talking about, Al. 98 miles an hour.
Yeah, you can't teach that. You know, there's no question that pitchers are more than just velocity, but we are impressed with that. You get away with mistakes that are up out over the plate, like that one. But at 98, it's above the speed limit. Major League's average is about 92 miles an hour. Foltynewicz, he's learning. He's continuing to learn. He's got 4 pitches. Very good slider. Throws a 2-seamer, curveball, and changeup. There's another one. But you keep throwing down the middle. Quality major league hitters will barrel it up. That ball was right down the middle. But again, at 97, Rich, it's a little speedy.
Illinois guy. Astros first-round pick, 19th overall in 2010. And Yelich puts that one up into the seats. It's 1-2. Yelich checks in at .314. He's been top 10 in on-base percentage throughout this season in the National League. Breaking ball, foul tip, held by Tyler Flowers, and Foltynewicz goes quickly through the fish in the first. Peterson getting ready to go. The Marlins and the Braves in the bottom of the first. On this Thursday night in Atlanta, the Braves lineup brought to you by UHealth Sports Medicine. Peterson hurt the fish the last time the Braves were in Miami. Chase Darno's in center. Freddie Freeman is at first base. Adonis Garcia is at third. Nick Markakis in right. Jeff Francoeur in left. Tyler Flowers slotted seventh. Eric Ibar is in the 8th spot. And Fultonevich, as Al said, don't try to spell it. He's in the 9 position. And this is Wei-Yin Chen.
I can spell that. Wei-Yin Chen coming off a nice start against the Cubs. He ended up getting a no decision, 7 innings, 2 runs.
Peterson takes a strike. Veteran umpire Larry Vanover calling balls and strikes. David Rackley, Chris Guccione, and Alfonso Marquez out on the bases here in Atlanta tonight. A slider from Chen. Now remember, the Marlins flip-flopped Tom Kohler and Chen in the rotation, feeling that Chen set up better against the lefty bats of the Braves, and that Kohler would set up against the right-handed bats of the Tigers. And of course, the Tigers had a big day yesterday offensively. Kohler lasted just the 3 innings. So here is Chen with a 1-2 to Peterson. Fastball smacked into center. That's a hit. An 11-game hit streak now for Jace Peterson. Southwest brings you Miami's defense tonight. The usual suspects out there: Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton. Prado and Bour on the corners. Dietrich Echeverria up the middle. And JT Realmuto behind the plate. Miami's defense has been absolutely super. No errors yesterday. 28 consecutive games by Miami's infield without an error. That is an all-time major league record.
Phenomenal.
Line drive. Got one there. Safe at first. Dietrich with a quick fire on the liner from Chase Darno.
See if the Braves had a little motion. No, they did not. You could see Peterson was just shuffling. Nice quick snap throw from Dietrich. First pitch slider in on his hands. Darno going the other way. Made it close.
So here's Freddie Freeman now. The Braves saw a very hot and very good Cleveland Indian team come in here and sweep them. Though the games were tight and the Braves at times played well, the Indians just overwhelmed them. And Cleveland has now won 12 straight with a 6-game lead in the Central.
Wow. That's a nice run right now for the Indians. Tell you, the Indians, you get good starting pitching every night. You don't have to win 7-5 or 9-8.
3-0 in last night's ball game. Freeman takes down low. Freeman's hot, average over 400 in his last 17 games with 12 extra base hits. So there are guys in this lineup, and the Marlins know it, that have not only hurt the Marlins, but are hot right now. Peterson, Freeman are 2 of them.
Yeah, the Braves this year they have struggled against left-handed starting pitching. They've lost 20 of 28 games started against lefties. It's the worst record in baseball.
3-0 to Freeman. He lines one into the outfield. Stanton will have it. Peterson going station to station, stops at second. And so the 2 lefty bats have hits against Chen. Here comes a righty bat and Adonis Garcia.
Take a look at Wei-Yin Chen. Said he came off a good start against the Cubs and been inconsistent, been struggling. I think his fastball command has not been there. Keep it going. Keep the ball in the park. Stay in the park. He's given up 16 home runs. That's a tough thing to defend against. Keep the ball down, change speeds. He's better on the road, 3-1 with a 4.29. At home, ERA almost at 6. I think it's a matter of aggressiveness. I think at times when pitchers don't have, quote unquote, feeling great or having their best stuff, that's okay. Chen's fastball is more than enough. He still throws in the low 90s. Change speed, yes. Hit the glove. And he pulled the string there. slow breaking ball.
He has seen the Braves twice this year, once all the way back in his rookie year of 2012. This year, 2 starts, 2.38 ERA, 11 in the 3rd innings. And no decision in those 2 starts. Muto has to wrestle that one to the ground. Braves last saw him here, and that was all the way back at the end of May. But his June numbers for Chen have been a bit alarming. The ERA of over 6. One, two. Good sharp downward bite to that, and he gets his first strikeout.
Good slider. Showed a change, then curveball in the dirt, and then this slider. I think when Chen throws inside effectively hard to right-handed batters, that's a good slider, good depth. See Garcia swinging over it. But if he can go body line, what I call body line, with fastballs that stand righties up especially, that opens up the outside part of the plate. The little curveball, he throws a changeup. And I thought in his last start against the Cubs, he did it very well.
Now Markakis. Last year and this year, Markakis, the guy that has hurt Miami. Longtime Baltimore Oriole. A Georgia guy, and so being able to come back here. And as you noted, John Hart and the Braves in a major rebuild. But to do that, teams like to have a couple of anchor players, guys that are veterans, that the young players can watch and learn from. And Markakis is that guy in the outfield. Freeman is that guy in the infield.
Yeah, there's no question. Freddie Freeman is their cornerstone player. You know, gave him a big deal a couple years ago, and he is here to be part of the pieces and the puzzle and the future going into that new stadium north of here. A nice deal. A little bit of a surprise, I thought, in my opinion. Markakis, you know, leaving the Orioles after all those years, get a 4-year deal to come down to Atlanta. But I'm with you, Rich. I think even in a full rebuild mode as the Braves are in, you still need a guy. You still need somebody to turn to, somebody with some veteran presence that could quasi act like another coach at times and show you how to play the game, show you how to act like a big leaguer and a professional. And Markakis has been there.
Well, the Marlins have been there many times, but this is such a different feeling now to see these two franchises where the Braves are waiting for some of these prospects to get here, and the Marlins right now are going full bore. That pitch, a liner, and Bour has it. That worked out. Scoreless, Marlins and Braves. It's the second, scoreless. Giancarlo Stanton on deck. Marcell Ozuna in the box, ready to go top second against a hard thrower. Mike Foltynewicz went 1, 2, 3 and 11 pitches. And here is Ozuna. Marcell returning to the Marlins lineup in Detroit after missing games with that sore wrist. Ozuna had 3 hits. A little breaking ball from Foltynewicz.
Three in a row. You hear Larry Vanover.
It's one thing the Braves have been happy with in Foltynewicz. He's been able to throttle down a little bit and mix in some more off speed for some success.
I think most young pitchers, great arm is a blessing and a curse. You never really have to learn how to pitch. And I think we've said that a little bit about Jose Fernandez. Not every pitch has to be your best fastball or your best curveball.
Cutting across is Garcia, and he can't hold it. Ozuna is safe at first. And a scoring decision on this one, it's an E5.
Yeah, he goes a long way. I thought that was the shortstop's ball for sure. You see Ibar in the picture there coming directly in. Garcia goes a long way. You want your third baseman to cut off a ball like that, but it looked to me much easier play for Eric Ibar.
Here is Stanton now. And he starts him out with a slider. Stanton in Detroit had a 3-hit night, including a home run. He drove in 3, 0 for 5 yesterday. Another slider.
He's hanging him too. He'll throw that ball on the plate. That's going to get hit hard. A backup slider sometimes is effective if it's in off the plate to the righty.
And there's the gas, and it's low, and it's 3-0 to Giancarlo. Of course, a really nice homestand before setting out for Detroit for Stanton. Missed. Took something off the fastball, and Foltynewicz on Fox Tracks. When you miss on your first 3, sometimes you don't get that borderline.
Yeah, I mean, he was all over on those 4. Spinning up some sliders so far, looking like Foltynewicz likes to get to that slider. And this is early in the game, Rich, where the hitters, whether they make an out or get on base or what, it doesn't matter. You communicate because you can look at video, you know the scout report, you know the advance reports. You got to get in the box. He hasn't pitched in a while. He's had an elbow issue. He's been on the DL.
That's one of the things we've seen Derek Dietrich do an awful lot of since he's been playing more especially in the leadoff spot, is going back and debriefing the hitters after his initial at bat. And I would think especially good for a Yelich or a Bour from that same side of the plate.
Well, that's a good count right here. You got a guy that's proud of his heater. He's missing. Justin Bour, you look for some kind of fastball up out over the plate, something juicy that you like.
2-0. And it's 3-0. 8 of the last 9 pitches have been out of the strike zone. And there's the ball strike ratio just for this inning.
Yeah, you start as a pitcher, you start forcing pitches, you get in bad counts. You can't repeatedly pitch in 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 counts.
There's the strike. And you would expect another fastball at 3-1. He asked quizzingly.
You know what? It'd have to be the pitch that he absolutely feels like he can be aggressive and throw a quality pitch. I would think it's his fastball.
And Bour got one. And taps it foul. Full count now, 3-2. Yeah, the Marlins' struggles against the Braves well documented. They're 2-6 against Atlanta this year. But they have an opportunity here with 4 games. 3 here, and then, of course, Sunday night in Fort Bragg. And Bour sitting on a 3-2. Drives at center field. Darno back at the track, at the wall, off the top of the wall, and gone. Justin Bour goes opposite field, left center, and Miami has 3 quick ones here. Bour has his 15th home run of the season. That juicy enough for you?
I would say so if you're Mr. Bour. That was a fastball out over, and just watching Justin Bour in the Cubs series down in Miami, that was almost identical of a pitch and location. You see Justin Bour stay middle of the field, not try to pull off. I know he could pull the home runs to right field. 15 home runs on the year. And not trying to do too much. I think that's what Justin Bour, he's got that kind of strength. Really just barrel it up. Watch his swing here. It's short, compact, it's explosive. That ball was started on the outer third. It actually was inside part of that. Look at that, just on the top of the wall. He's strong. Has that ball, I thought it was more middle of the plate. That ended up being on the inner third, inside corner of the plate.
His swing is so quick and compact and uncomplicated.
Short finish.
Realmuto rips one into left field. That's a base hit. And so the control issues from Foltynewicz have been exploited by Miami.
Yeah, I know much was said, and I wasn't in Detroit with you, Rich, but you know, you get a boatload of hits as the Marlins did and not score enough, right? They still hit. I mean, it ultimately comes down to timely hitting, runners in scoring position, the big 2-out hit with second and third. But even on top of that, home runs. Home runs is just, it's a backbreaker. It's demoralizing, especially 3-run home runs, as Bour just did, as opposed to a manufactured single run. And you could quickly turn a game as a guy like Justin Bour, and certainly we know Giancarlo and Ozuna, and right through this lineup.
So here's Echeverria. Dady in the 8th spot. Chen is on deck. Realmuto's at first. Foltynewicz at 97 after a visit from pitching coach Roger McDowell.
6 Miami Marlin batters batting over 300. Ichiro not in there at 342. He's leading the pack.
That's the challenge, I think, for Miami.
Is the runs, right?
Is the runs, and you hope that the home runs come. It certainly in the last homestand with the Rockies and the Cubs series, Marlins scored a lot of runs. Echeverria out on a nice play by Eric Ibor. And that's the first out, and here is Wei-Yin Chen. The Wei-Yin Chen hit watch is still in effect, and that is, when will he get one? 35 at bats in the major leagues. It's forced him to go from left-handed hitter to right-handed hitter in search of that first knock. It has nothing to do with lefty righty. It just feels like he can make better contact from this side of the plate. Foltynewicz at 94 gets the first strike. Now I know last time we saw him pitch, you and Jim Deshays were up in the booth.
Beat me out, right? A
Yeah.
whopping 088.
Infield is in, and a balk. So There's a strike to Chen. With a balk, does the pitch count? Does that first pitch count?
No.
No, it doesn't. So the count's 0-1.
Never stopped.
Wow. One of the umpires out on the bases called it. And so Chen swings and misses. He swung and missed 3 times, but that first pitch didn't count, so it's 0-2.
Pitchers have to stop and not pause. It's got to be a discernible stop. And then depending on the umpire's interpretation as to how long of a stop is not a balk.
Contact. And it's 0-2. Justin Bour is 15th, a 3-run homer. But another run sitting 90 feet away. You've got Dietrich on deck. Chen just trying to put something in play with the infield drawn in. And he does. Freeman has it and steps on the bag. So 0 for 36 now is Chen. Here comes Dietrich. Here comes our Toyota inside look. Brave starters at home. The 2 that the Marlins will see right out of the gates, Fultonevich, and tomorrow night Julio Teheran, have been really, really good. The others, not so good. Here's a look at Teheran. Marlins have yet to announce their starter for tomorrow night. And Dietrich on a breaking ball gets hit in the leg. What new?
Amazing. How many either foot, shin, knee, thigh?
Well, look, I think if you're going to get hit, this is the pitch you want, right?
You got a guy throwing 100 and he throws a 79-mile-an-hour curveball. Yeah, that's the one you want. Right? Yeah, I mean, it all hurts, but I think that's an okay spot.
So at the corners, Prado now, who had 4 hits yesterday, was robbed of a hit on the sliding stop up the middle by second baseman Jace Peterson.
I mean, you mentioned about Julio Teheran being a Marlin killer. He's having a heck of a year. I know he doesn't get great run support. They're only giving him 2 runs a game, but he's a frontline pitcher. And I keep hearing rumors that they may trade him. Why? He's controllable. He's not making a whole lot. He's one of the better pitchers in the game. I would consider that. I know where the Braves are as far as rebuilding, a couple more years. I mean, unless somebody bowled you over with a boatload of top prospects.
Former Marlin Emilio Bonifacio there. That's a 7 o'clock start for Marlins Live. 7:30 first pitch tomorrow night. Speculation is Justin Nicolino will get the ball, but no official word yet. 0-2 Prado in the air to right. That's Markakis out there, and he makes the catch. But the Marlins get to Fultonevich. Justin Bour to left center, a 3-run shot and a 3-0 lead. It's a warm night. There are some clouds around, but hopefully no wet stuff.
Good. I saw the report, Rich. We're good.
And that is your Outlier weather report.
We're good.
Let's go to traffic now.
Awful. Oh, my God.
Not so good. Here's Francoeur. He swings and misses at a first pitch fastball because that's what he does. Tyler Flowers and Eric Ibar for the Braves. Thursdays in Major League Baseball, usually a mishmash of games. Some series ending, some starting. You get some getaway games. The Yankees won on a ninth inning pass ball. A walk-off win, a 2-1 win over Texas. Kenta Maeda stepped up, and the Dodgers beat the Brewers in Milwaukee 8-1. Francoeur to short, Echeverria fires it to first in time. T-Mobile trots out greater coverage. Major League Baseball. News and notes around the league. Daniel Murphy, hot right now. Washington beat the Mets 4-2. David Price, last 6 starts, not so good. Mark Trumbo, remember back when he was in that same outfield with Trout with the Angels? He really has found a home, and the Orioles have hit 55 homers this month. Baltimore plays in Seattle tonight. Let's try to add to that total.
7 in a row, the Orioles. How about the spacing out the Red Sox in the East? 5.5 up on Boston and Toronto.
The Nationals are home tonight against Cincinnati and lead 4-1. Washington all of a sudden, Al, they had that awful road trip, and ever since they got home, things are pretty good.
Yeah, righted the ship a little. What, they went lose 7 in a row? Now they won 4 in a row.
That's it. Counts 1-2. And Clayton Kershaw, in case you haven't heard, placed on the disabled list, a disc issue.
Back, right? Lower back.
1-2.
Well, if you look at all the divisions, Rich, it's the closest is Miami to Washington at 5.5 coming into tonight's games, along with Boston. But there's a little separation going on here. Chicago's got an 11-game lead on St. Louis. The Dodgers are 6 games behind San Francisco. Cleveland, you mentioned, their unbelievable streak, 12 in a row. 6 over Kansas City.
Chen trying to get that outside corner. It's 2-2.
Texas 9. Houston's making it interesting, right? Seattle's fallen off 11.5. Houston's 9 games back at Texas. It's like a battle of the wild cards.
Texas knocking on the door. Boston and Toronto right now sit in the wild card spots in the American League, and the Dodgers and the Marlins sit in the wild card spot in the National League. Two. Also tonight, the Mets are home and facing John Lackey and the Cubs. Cubs have scored first at Citi Field, 2-0, bottom second. Chen gets a strikeout with Tyler Flowers. Well, if you haven't heard the news, the Marlins made a trade. They got Fernando Rodney from the Padres, and the Braves traded Bud Norris and picked up some young pitchers, Phil Pfeiffer and Caleb Dirks, in the process. Pfeiffer, the lefty, good minor league numbers and good pedigree as well.
Yeah, top pick a couple years ago out of Vanderbilt. Well, not a bad piece, right, for the Braves to pick up Norris, and then you get 2 prospects again, bolster your minor leagues.
Into right, Ibar has a 2-out single. And that brings up Fultonevich.
What was it about? How many years here, Rich? 14 years in a row they won the division? 14 years in a row.
Well, just look up and count the pennants. You start from 91, and that run ended in 05. Of course, 94 was the strike year, so you can subtract that. That was a Montreal Expo team that was, remember, that was their year, unfortunately, 94. But the Braves, in all of that, won just one World Championship. And it was 95 over the Cleveland Indians, whom you guys would take care of 2 years later.
In 97, yeah.
And the now president of the Braves, well aware of that, John Hart, who was the architect of those great Indian teams that never were able to win the World Series.
Yeah, he would remind me periodically at the MLB Network when he was working there. Or maybe it was the other way around.
My guess is by the way, Cleveland is up 2-0 over Toronto as the Indians look for their 13th straight win. Bouncer, Prado to his left, underhands, and Dietrich is there to gather it in and get Ibar at the bag. 3-0 on a Justin Bour homer. Miami's up. Here in Atlanta. In Miami, you can hop aboard the Marlins Express. Bring your group to a game in style. The Marlins Express provides round-trip transportation to Marlins Park in a 30 or 50-person motor coach. And if you have room, you can pick up Al Leiter. $40, that's all it costs per person. Marlins Express from your front door with a big group to Marlins Park. 877-MARLINS or email groups@marlins.com.
I love it. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
I'd do more of that.
I would probably bring a big cooler and have a good time. Of course, we'd be in no shape to broadcast the game at that.
But we'd be driving in a bus, being responsible.
Absolutely. Here's Yelich now. And Yelich takes a strike. Marcell Ozuna, Giancarlo Stanton. Third inning for Miami. Mike Foltynewicz had a rough second. An error by Adonis Garcia on Marcell Ozuna's ball, and then Foltynewicz couldn't throw strikes. He walked Giancarlo Stanton on 4 pitches, fell behind Bour 3-0, and then Bour on a 3-2 pitch homered to left center. And Yelich takes out. Hope you had a chance to read that MLB.com article on the Marlins headed to Fort Bragg and the impact for Yelich, his brother, a Marine. Swings and misses and a changeup. One of his brothers. He's got another brother who's a minor league catcher. 2-2. That one buzzed him in at 96. Saw it today where the venue will be officially called Fort Bragg Field on Sunday night. That one fouled into the seats. This is Sunday night, Braves and Marlins. It was an old golf course not being used. We'll have new pictures of it tomorrow. There's a look at what the stadium will look like. And when the game is over, that stadium will be transformed into a softball and recreational complex for all the troops.
God, that's going to be great. I can't wait to watch it.
Let's hope the weather cooperates too. There's a chance of some precipitation, but I have a feeling that the baseball gods will say, you know what, this is a really cool idea. Let's throw some sunshine and keep the wet stuff away. Yelich walks. Here's Ozuna. The cool thing too is that both the Marlins and the Braves will spend a good part of Sunday with the troops, going to different venues. You can go watch the outfit that packs all of the parachutes. Some rain starting here in Atlanta. See the crowd scurrying. Ozuna takes a slider.
I told you, Rich.
This field has very good drainage, so it's going to take a lot of this for the game to stop. Let's hope it eases up a bit. Yeah, well, wait a minute. What was your weather report tonight?
Yeah, it was sunny and nice and no rain.
Way to go.
Well, I mean, look, we're looking out. You see some puffy clouds out front, but it doesn't look. What's going on here, Rich?
It's summer rain in Georgia, and that never happens, right?
Yeah.
Yelich back with a throw. Of the Marlins roster, Yelich certainly one of the best base stealing threats. He and Ichiro. Ozuna chases a slider and it's 2-2, and you probably have to put right behind that pair JT Realmuto, who has swiped 4 bags.
So you got Ichiro at 7. Obviously they missed D. Gordon. Yeah. Realmuto and Yelich at 4.
Now that ball goes into the Marlins dugout. Remember the last time the Marlins were here, there was a Yelich ball that went into the dugout, hit the back wall, and hit the back of the head of Derek Dietrich, who was sitting on the bench. Sent Dietrich to the hospital for x-rays. 2-2. Got him. Fultonevich rushed it up at 93. Sometimes there's no place to hide. Off the wall behind him and hit the back of his head.
Gosh.
A ball magnet. Breaking ball is up to Stanton. Rain still falling here in Atlanta. Infield dirt a little bit darker. Fultonevich has yet to throw a strike to Stanton.
Yeah, and as this rain continues to come down, it just gets worse. Obviously, the slick ball and the clay and mud in your cleats.
And there's a strike. Tougher to hit in the rain or pitch in the rain?
You know, I couldn't stand it. My cleats would get so muddy and heavy, and you were constantly trying to get the mud out. It's just annoying. I would say probably pitching, because you got to get a good grip on the ball.
Stanton sends that a mile high. Ibar has to look up into the rain.
Yeah, and I know a batter, you got to have, you know, a good grip on the bat, but they can get pine tar and get all sorts of sticky stuff to hold the bat. But I mean, look, seriously.
Blue skies, a lot of
blue skies. I mean, behind us, I guess. It's kind of weird, a weird rain shower.
I think the folks at Fox Sports Florida are going to take away your Doppler degree.
No, forget it. Yeah, I thought it. Well, I'm looking out, right? Hey, I'm looking out. Center field looks nice.
Bour, swing and a miss.
Yeah, he pulled the string right there. Fultonevich did. After getting a couple heaters, he fouled off at his first at bat and would look like a fastball away that ended up being inside. There you see the location of the first pitch curveball. See if he goes soft here to Bour. Change up. Oh no, fastball. He's the emergency hack 0-1.
A lot of fans go up to get up under the overhang, which wraps around the upper deck. And of course, this is the last year in this ballpark, which holds so many memories. You see the names up there: Chipper, Smoltz, Bobby Cox, Tom Glavine, Greg Maddux. Certainly they got their start across the street, Fulton County Stadium, but a lot of the glory years were here. And Bour fouls it back. And this facility, which was originally for the Olympics.
It's not very old, right?
Well, 96 was the Olympics.
Yeah.
It was converted to back in 97.
So less than 20 years, a new stadium.
Well, the estimates to renovate this place and bring it up to speed was over $200 million. And the Braves were also interested in a better location that they felt was closer to their fan base. And so thus the new site, SunTrust Park, which is next to the Cobb Galleria. So next year, Al, you can do some shopping and then come on over and do a ball game.
God, there's a lot of construction up that way.
It's about 20 miles from here, which can take about 3 hours sometimes. Breaking ball, Bour sends it up into the clouds. That's a high pop. When will this come down? Freeman makes the catch. Marlins leave a runner, but lead it 3-0. As you can see, the grounds crew is out and pulling the tarp across. Don Mattingly came out and had about a 45-second conversation with the umpires. It is the umpire's call. It's not the Braves' call. Once the game starts, it's in the hands of the umpire. And possibly the umpires felt that this was going to continue a little while longer, and they didn't want the infield to get any more moisture on it. And you can see the tarp crew doing a nice job. Also down there is Jessica Blaylock, who has an umbrella. Very nice. And a sundress.
Yes, it's kind of the perfect combination, my sundress and my umbrella. But yeah, as you can see, the rain is really coming down hard. The tarp has come out onto the field. Puddles are starting to gather on both the dirt and in the dugout. And if you take a look at the Marlins dugout, everyone is trying to hide from the rain right now. It is a packed dugout. There's not really a lot of guys that have gone into the clubhouse. A few have, but most of them are just seeking shelter from the rain right now in the dugout. But guys, it does not look like this is going to pass through anytime soon.
Well, Al, I mean, I think a couple things. Don Mattingly did not look all that pleased. You know, his starting pitcher has to sit down while the Marlins hit in the rain in the third. And part of that may have been, hey, my guy's throwing pretty well. I'd rather have him out there pitching even though it's raining.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But right at the end of the inning, the third out, the head grounds crew came over to Larry Vanover, who's the crew chief, and they had a conversation, and obviously the head grounds crew said, look, this is the stuff that's coming through, and clearly they felt you better cover this field or it's going to get worse.
I think what he said was, hey, I've got this weather report from Al Leiter.
And he knows nothing about it. Hurry up, cover it.
All right, let's cover the big news for the Marlins today, and now I want to get your impressions on this. To Miami, Fernando Rodney. To San Diego, Chris Paddock, who was having a really nice year, an 8th-round pick, a high school kid when he was drafted. He's in low A in Greensboro. The Marlins get Rodney for this year, and there is a team option and a affordable team option for next year. But obviously the Marlins are all about this year and right now and going to get Rodney.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Rodney's had a heck of a career. I know he's 39 years old. The season he's having this year in San Diego, you know, the 17 for 17 in saves. You see his numbers. Excellent, phenomenal. 28 games, a .87 ERA. Still has swing and miss stuff. His fastball this year, batting average is under 100. He's maxed out at 98. He still has the great changeup. You know, this is a great pickup for the Marlins. It really is.
And it adds yet another arm to what is getting deeper and deeper with the arrival of Brian Ellington. And all of a sudden you can slot Ellington in that Bearclaw, Phelps, Rodney quartet that all roads lead to A.J. Ramos.
Rich, I think what a guy like Fernando Rodney brings is you got your closer in A.J. Ramos, no question, in my opinion, more than deserving to be the guy. But you bring in Fernando Rodney, older, established, has had his great closing seasons. But now it just, to me, for Kyle Bearclaw, it has it, you know, Donnie could use him in a different way without, not saying that he can't handle high-stress innings, but Bearclaw's got 30 and 2/3 innings. He's got 24 walks. That ratio isn't great. 55 strikeouts in the 30 innings. So give him an opportunity to find, you know, his way as far as, you know, establishing strikes, get ahead, don't get guys on the walk. You mentioned Ellington, .87 ERA. I know it's only 9 games. He's been great, and closer stuff, 100 miles an hour. Giving David Phelps more rest. He was phenomenal early on. I know he's had a couple little hiccups. His ERA at 2.36. That's a nice mix. It really is. I mean, it's seeing the arms and knowing what they possess, particularly in Bearclaw and Ellington, and of course A.J. Ramos is a given. I like the way this is looking.
All right, good stuff from Al Leiter. Mike Berger is the assistant general manager, and of course Don Mattingly, Marlins skipper. Their thoughts on today's trade.
In our opinion, we strengthened his strength. That's the big thing. I mean, it's not as if we addressed an area of weakness. We have a very strong bullpen to begin with, and in the end, we got a little bit better.
Well, we're able to shorten the game. That's for sure. We've been able to shorten it in our minds already, and now it just makes it even shorter. And when we've talked about it, there's been a number of times when, you know, we've had a number of guys not available. We've used them all in one, in back-to-back days. We definitely should be able to spread those guys out now and make keep it whether you got a couple innings where you're feeling really comfortable all the time.
Fernando Rodney will be in uniform, we are told, tomorrow night. Right now, the Marlins in uniform and waiting in their dugout. Rain delay, 3-0 Fish, bottom of the third in Atlanta. We're back in Atlanta to this
chance to talk with Barry Bonds during that rain delay. And first off, we talked about the delay and how frustrating they can be for players. And then we transitioned talking to Justin Bour, and he said Bour has just been a man possessed as of late. In the past couple of weeks, we've seen 2 grand slams, a 3-run home run tonight. And Bonds said that sometimes players just see the ball well at certain fields. And for Barry Bonds, he feels like this is a place where Justin Bour just sees the ball really well.
Yeah, that's a great point. Sometimes there's a certain part, a certain background, and a certain team where it all lines up.
And also how certain teams pitch you. If you look at his career, Justin Bour against the Braves, 354. It's the highest of any batting average against in the NL East teams. So there's also a pattern, right? Scouts, hey, Justin Bour can't hit X. Try to do, pound, go away, soft, whatever it is that they're scattering teams how to get him out.
There's your home runs by direction. Now that one is going to end up being a center field home run, but it was well to the left of straightaway center.
Yeah, it was a left center shot slightly.
Coors presents a cold hard fact, other than the fact that it stopped raining. 39 career homers. 51% have tied the game or given Miami the lead.
But that's a little deceiving because home runs, you click it, you make a mistake, he turns on it, right? We also have another chart to show that his hits, not home runs, are kind of line to line. He's been much more equitable in where the pitchers are throwing and where he's hitting it, which also is being shown on the defense, right? It's not as a drastic shift that we're not seeing. So Justin Bour.
What are we looking for from Wei-Yin Chen here? What's the checklist that tells you that he'll be okay here?
Get ahead. Keep the strike ratio good. Pound the zone. And don't think about trying to go 7 innings here. That's a good start.
A strike to Jace Peterson. Peterson had a line drive single in the first. So did Freddie Freeman. Eric Ibar had a hit. And in the first 9 hitters, 2 strikeouts. And no walks for Chen.
And this inning, I'm sorry, Rich, this inning, too, after an hour and 10-minute layoff from the break, and it's even a little bit more than that because Fultonevich was pitching in the top of the inning. So he's probably got, from what his arm hasn't, been in the game, was about an hour and 20 minutes.
Knee-high strike, and it's 2-2. Peterson, Marlins saw him in Miami. He was hot there, and he has stayed hot. An 11-game hit streak now. And that one's into center field. Miami just can't get him out.
Yeah, even at his homestand, Rich, he's done a nice job since getting called up from Gwinnett, the AAA ball club. Doesn't do a whole lot. Gotten a good count. You see where Real Muto wanted the ball. His homestand for Peterson was 357, the home run. Even against the Indians in this past series, he's 455. So that young man right there is hot.
Over 350 since his call up. And you see the hit streak. Now Darno, who lined to second. And you got Freddie Freeman on deck.
Take advantage of I always wanted to know who was hot, who's cold, who are the guys that are swinging first pitch. Chase Darno is not one of the hotter hitters. He's in a 0 for 12 streak, now 0 for 13 streak. Know the hitters that are talking to themselves, getting extra hitting, listening to everybody under the sun, trying to make adjustments. You get away as a pitcher, you get away with a lot of pitches that normally would be hit.
Peterson chased back. Well, the Braves just had the Cleveland Indians through here, and Cleveland on such a great run swept the Braves. Atlanta scored 6 runs in those 3 games. Two and one.
They've faced that pitching staff, and Indians look like they're in a groove, and you have the starters that roll out there. Kluber, Salazar was great. Trevor Bauer, Carrasco. I mean, they've got quality arms every single night.
To your point, it's Carrasco tonight, and the Indians lead the Blue Jays 3-1. And all he's done is give up a run on 2 hits and 7 1/3 and strike out 14.
Wow.
How about that? And Cleveland closing in on a 13-game win streak tonight. 2-2 pitch coming here. And on the hands, and it stays 2 balls and 2 strikes. Updating the Mets and the Nationals. The Nationals have a 13-2 lead in the top of the 6th.
Ouch.
And that's a Gio Gonzalez start against the Reds up in D.C. The Cubs got another homer from Chris Bryant and lead the Mets 3-1, top 7. 2-2. Slowly hit. Prado cuts it off, flips it. Dietrich turns it, and safe. Bang, bang at first. And a nice turn by Derek Dietrich. Ball was not hit hard.
Yeah, nice job right here. If you look at Prado, kind of deliberate, making sure he got on top. Gave Dietrich a nice, strong, chest-high throw. Oof. Just barely bang, bang. Darno just beating it. A fundamentally sound player right there, Martin Prado. See, a lot of times they're trying to get the double play and be quick with it. Make sure you get the sure out at second.
Marlins infield has gone 28 games. That is a modern-day Major League record. Freeman flips it foul and out of play. It's since 1913.
Well, I got a chance, very short period of time in 05 when I got a chance to come back and finish my career with the Marlins and my last year. And Perry Hill, who's the infield instructor, if you will, the best teaching. And he's done a heck of a job with the Marlin defense.
He's right on his mark in making sure everybody else is on their marks. Marlins infield does shift for Freeman. Hit hard and fair by Bour. Down the line it goes. Stand into the corner. Darno racing for third. And around third and headed home. Freeman cruises into third base with an RBI triple. Just like that, it's 3-1.
It's a kind of slow development. Freddie Freeman gets I think a breaking ball that was spinning in her third. Watch Bour. He's not that far off of the bag. Surprised that actually was fair. He was a step or 2 off the line. And then I think Giancarlo was waiting for that ball to kick out. Freeman is not one of the faster runners. And it just stuck in the corner there.
Now, Don Mattingly came out to talk to the home plate umpire, Larry Vanover, about what, I'm not sure. Maybe it was to make sure that Vanover realized the Marlins weren't happy with the fair or foul call. That went foul back to the screen. But it's not a reviewable play. Fair or foul in front of a umpire on the bases on the infield is not reviewable. Only if it's on that outfield grass and behind the umpire. Chen steps back. He struck out Garcia back in the first inning.
Yeah, that's a pitch right there that Chen needs, in my opinion, to get the called strike on the inside part of the plate. It just opens up the outside, much easier to navigate.
1-1 hit hard. Prado's got it. Fires across the diamond as Freeman dives back in. And there's two parts to that play for Prado. First, to make the stop. Second, as he's headed towards Freeman, to realize he might not get him, and then shift into let's just get it out.
Yeah, you said it. Watch here. Just a hot smash. Freeman initially, you see, he's kind of semi-caught in no man's land. Good play, good decision by Prado, realizing if he continued to third, I don't believe he would have beat Freeman back. He would not have. And the speed of Garcia easily getting him at first base.
The baseball mind of Martin Prado. Many feel someday he would make a great manager.
In addition to the great baseball mind, Rich, a leader, a uniter.
Here's the triple. Let's see if we see anything on this super slow-mo.
Well, let's see overboard. Look where it's almost like no doubles.
Now it's on the ground, so it's where it crosses over the base.
Well, it definitely landed on the outside part of the base, but you're right. It's over the bag.
Liner in the center, and Markakis picks up the run. He may not hit homers anymore, but he has hurt the Marlins, and he drives in runs, 42 of them now.
He looked, Markakis did, like slightly fooled, but I mean, Rich, he set it up. Watch here. This is a off-speed pitch. Doesn't try to do a whole lot. Location-wise, if you saw that, it was pretty good location. Stays middle of the field. Nothing special. Pushes another run across. Braves are down by 1.
Francoeur. Got to be careful here. And so a changeup misses low. Francoeur bounced to short in the second. Hour and 8-minute rain delay in the middle of the third inning. And so here in the bottom of the third, the Braves have come out and put 2 on the board against Wei-Yin Chen, who pitched the first 2 and was scoreless, but had to wait through that hour and 8 minutes.
Two heaters right by Francoeur. They're just reaching back here. It's registered 90, but it's quick. The delivery is short with Chen by him.
Up again, and that one is popped up. Bour and Real Muto. And it's Bour who makes the catch. But the Braves get 2 back into the fourth, a 1-run game. Big matchup at Turner Field since 2013. It's dead even, wins and losses. 1 runs, that's even. Almost last at bat wins. runs per game. Everything is right down the middle. The disparity has been when the Braves come to Miami, they have a tendency to win lately, and that's something that the Marlins would like to clean up and start winning some games against the Braves. This is the first of a 4-game series, first 3 here in Atlanta, and then of course Sunday night at Fort Bragg, and that is Tyrell Jenkins. Jenkins, the right-hander, who will turn 24 in late July. Came over from the Cardinals in the Jason Hayward trade. Also Jordan Walden going over to the Cardinals. Shelby Miller was the big piece coming back to the Braves, but Jenkins came too. And now he opens his night with Real Muto, Echeverria, and Chen. 3 innings out of Mike Foltynewicz. .61 pitches for Foltynewicz.
Well, that's going to be a bullpen game, obviously, with the rain delay and Foltynewicz out. We see Jenkins. Jenkins actually made his debut against the Marlins last week.
Line to right, and JT Real Muto is 2 for 2 tonight. So leadoff man's aboard. Here's Adeiny Echeverria.
He's hitting. JT Real Muto's impressed me. He's a guy that really knows how to put the barrel to the ball. And I know it sounds simple because that's the premise, right? Get a ball, but so often you see a pitch that's in a location where easily guys could get home run happy and pull off. Real Muto doesn't do that. That was a fastball away. It was up, yes. Stays with it, goes the other way. Those are your 300 hitters.
He's over 300 with a pair of hits.
You get that same pitch, Rich, and it happens every night. We can watch a whip around of every major league game. Guys they see it, their eyes light up, pull off a little bit, and you see a long, lazy fly ball to center.
Real Muto is a base stealing threat. The infield does not look that damp, even though we just went through an hour and 8-minute rain delay. Tarp was out there before it really got wet, and then they treated it with some new top. Echeverria, and the count's 1-1 strike. So all the scouting reports that the Marlins went over, the hitters meeting over Foltynewicz. Marlins looked like they had some pretty good swings against him. That all changes now with Tyrell Jenkins on the mound. Jenkins out of Henderson, Texas. Real Muto back.
Quick step throw over. Well, so Jenkins, it doesn't get set. Wow. That's the surprise factor of right-handers not coming to their set position. Do a little snap throw.
Braves are actually looking at that on video. Echeverria back in the box. We saw in that Buick big matchup how it's even here, but not on the season. The Braves have won 6 of 8. And one difference has been, and this is notable with Jenkins out there, the Braves bullpen against the Marlins this year has been outstanding. 5-0 with a 1.80 ERA in 8 games. Echeverria looks like he's definitely trying to go to right field. One and two. Liner at short. Real Muto gets back. As Echeverria hit it on the nose. And out, and here comes Chen, who will no doubt be bunting here.
Renteria was fighting off a couple fastballs, got the slider, little humpback liner, top spin. Easy play for Ibar.
Chen bounced out back in the second. Let's see if he can get a bunt down. You've got Garcia at third base. Freeman has to hold the runner at first. And Chen puts it down foul.
Well, if you can't hit as a pitcher, Rich, and I was one of those, you got to be able to bunt. And I know he's been in the American League. It's respectable right there. 5 sack bunts. Give yourself up. Put the ball on the ground.
We were talking the other day about the disappearance of the pepper game. And that's happened over the last 15, 20 years to the point where it's almost extinct. And I think the guys that benefited the most from it were pitchers who would play a lot of it back in the day because of their bunting skills that would help especially. And fielding.
I like the fielding part, yeah. Yeah, you can handle, anytime you get a chance to handle the bat often, it's going to help you, right? And Pepper, you're right. That was a fun game that everyone used to play. Right? Bumped on 2 strikes, you're out.
That's a strikeout. And Chen fails to move the runner, and here comes Dietrich.
You know what I blame it on? Remember all the signs behind home plate, no Pepper?
That's what we were saying.
I blame it on that guy.
Yeah, that's what we were saying, that the grounds crews killed Pepper.
Thank you. Well, who killed infield and outfield practice before the game?
I don't know. Not many teams do it anymore.
Nobody does. I mean, during batting practice, they'll get some infield, throw over, and you'll see some outfielders throw to second base.
Dietrich against the shift, backhanded, Ibar on the run, and a nice play to get Dietrich. Marlins get a hit, but strand that runner. Bottom 4, 3-2, Miami. Telecast presented by the Authority. The Marlins may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions of the game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Miami Marlins. What we need is a disclaimer app that you can put on your tablet, your phone, your watch, whatever device you have.
Just hit play.
Just hit play, and it just reads you the disclaimer. And it's probably a few links to other legal issues that we're not able to discuss in a timely manner.
Or you just start with disclaimer, et cetera, and don't do it.
That one lined foul off the bat of Tyler Flowers. Eric Ibar and Terrell Jenkins due up for Atlanta. And new bat for Flowers. Longtime member of the Southsiders in Chicago and that White Sox team. That's trouble. Long run. Stanton on a hop. And it's going to be a double. The Marlins generally have Stanton, especially against a guy that doesn't throw all that hard, over towards right center field. So any bloop like that is an issue.
Yeah, that was a big time bloop. You can see where Stanton started. He looked down to see where he was. I just thought that had enough airtime as just a big old pop-up, perfectly placed for Flowers' concern. I don't think he thought he had a shot at getting that a hit. Excuse me, swing, double.
Ibar now.
Ibar's a guy that can handle the bat, and what his role is here, other than to get a hit, is to at least get the runner over to third base. Make him work for it. Pound him inside.
Bouncer to short. Echeverria on to first in time. Now Jenkins is due up, and he is coming to the plate.
It's a good pitch. Make an unproductive outlaw ground ball to short. Now you got the pitcher up. It's a battle. It's a grind. It's a grind every start for pitchers. The fact that Chen had to sit out an hour plus. It is what it is, but you know, realize that the tank is a little bit shorter. Make every pitch matters.
Jenkins going after that first pitch. Stanton trying to get around it. Flowers won't tag. What do you make of the pitch count, which is now at 61? Do you disregard that? How do you treat it with the hour and 8-minute delay?
I don't believe we're going to see him to get to the 100, but I think I would base it on, he's not a kid. You know, Chen's been around several years in the big leagues. Juan Nieves, get an honest answer from him. Your eyeballs tell you if he gets out a quick inning here, you'd love to get 5 out of him. I don't see it going much more than that because of that rest. It's cranky on your arm to sit that long. He gets a quick out here. You send him out for the 5th.
One thing pitchers nowadays can do is throw in the tunnel a little bit during that hour. Maybe not heat up, but at least stay loose. It's hard to do. It's hard to figure out. You don't know when that rain delay is going to end.
That's exactly right.
Peterson to center field. Back goes Ozuna at the wall, and he makes the catch. Jace Peterson has hit it hard all 3 times against Wei-Yin Chen, who is hanging on to a 3-2 lead. Miami Marlins baseball. Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. And by Checkers, fast foodies know the deal. Yeah, sure, go play in the fountains now after it rained for an hour. But a good time out in Atlanta. 3-2, Marlins on top. And Tyrell Jenkins, who was headed to Baylor to play quarterback. He's a four-sport athlete in Henderson, Texas. Much like Al Leiter in Toms River, New Jersey.
Yeah, right. No, I always had one thing. Cutter.
He came out of the in the delivery room throwing a cutter. Here is Prado.
But how many? Okay, so we had Real Muto.
Right.
The last series you were talking about, there were guys that were quarterbacks, All-Americans. I know we got Stanton and Wright.
You got Real Muto.
Frenchie in left. Wasn't he a big football star too?
Was a terrific
Clemson
football player growing up. Yeah, and you talk to scouts now, and the draft just happened, and there's a lot of scouts that really gravitate to guys that played more than one sport.
Athletes, right?
Which is hard to do these days with the specialization, the travel teams, the perfect games, the showcases. Yeah. It's not only a year-round endeavor for the athletes, but it's a year-round business for everybody else.
And get every kid and parent to think that you better keep your kid in the 12-month cycle or you fall behind.
Yeah, that's, well,
but that's what's sold.
I know it is, and it's hard. It's hard for a kid to say no. It's got to be hard for a parent to say no. Martin Prado. It's bounced out, flied out, and a chopper finds Ibar. Tyrell Jenkins has 4 outs in this one. Next group outing, why don't you come out to the Clevelander at Marlins Park. Enjoy happy hour pricing for all weekday home games. The Clevelander offers all ages our underwater camera and signature brunch before every Sunday home game. Marlins.com/groups. A welcome addition to the Fox Sports Florida Fantasy Auction was the visit from the Clevelander. They catered the booth. Many thanks to the folks at the Clevelander for that. Made your night.
Oh, it did. It did. That was enjoyable. It's fun, right?
It was.
The restaurant out there. Everybody rocking.
Yelich has struck out and walked. Jenkins misses. Two 2-0. He hasn't missed by much. That guy, I don't know if we have a shot of that on tape, but Giancarlo,
what's he doing up there?
It looks like Markakis in a Giancarlo jersey, but watch this. Markakis would have had it. Stanton would have had it, but that guy didn't. Of course, he was running downstairs.
Total misjudgment here. Watch him here. Oh! Thankfully, his face wasn't behind that glove. For him.
Well, maybe he'll get another one. He's not happy.
Oh, he's mad, yeah.
He is.
Whiffed it.
3-1. Yelich walks.
Let's hear. Boom. He's got it like, oh. How can I miss it? That's a good call. Markakis in Stanton's jersey.
Look at him. He's beating himself up. I mean,
listen,
I think he had his phone in his right hand. Oh, did he get the ball or was that his buddy?
Think of the picture that the ball he didn't catch.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't try to sell that back home as, hey, look at the ball I caught. Right? Because there's video proof. It didn't have, yeah, see, look, very nice. Hopefully his buddy's watching the game.
Well, he's got his Marlins gear on, so I got to figure it's somebody down in Florida, no?
Yeah, he's got the cool cap and the Stanton jersey. Jenkins trying to catch the corner. Larry Vanover having none of it.
Well, Tyrell Jenkins, young kid, good-looking kid. First round, as Rich said, 2010 by the St. Louis Cardinals. Fastball, slider, changeup. Fastball count here for Ozuna. It's a half-hearted swing.
Yeah.
I think it's Ozuna looking fastball. I got it, but I'm not totally buying in. And emergency hack. Not on a 1-0 count.
Yelich back with a dive. Tyrell Jenkins was a starting pitcher in Gwinnett and had a really nice beginning to his season. Ozuna high chopper. Garcia loads up, gets to second, and out at second. Good slide by Yelich. Ozuna beats the throw to first. And here comes Stanton. Well, there's two challenges here. Number one, the challenge for Wei-Yin Chen to pick it up where he left off after the hour and 8-minute delay. And number two, for Miami's offense not to go cold after they had 3 runs early. Miami has just 1 hit since that second inning.
And 3 overall. Yeah, that 1 hit is the base hit that Real Muto had last inning. Yeah, you know, you make a good point, Rich. You know, after rain delay, everybody gets back in the clubhouse. You know, it's like kick it in. You got to get it ramped up. We mentioned about Chen and his pitch count and his arm and, you know, getting ready. Same for hitters. It's like ding ding, bell ring. You got to get in there. Good at bats.
Jenkins being cautious with Stan. It's interesting how the pendulum has swung back to, once Stanton struggled, pitchers attacked him and attacked him and attacked him. And now coming off what's been a pretty productive 10 to 14 days, you can see guys being cautious again. And Jenkins walks him on 4 pitches. Stanton walked on 4 pitches in the second inning as well.
Well, you know what, Rich, you make a good point, but the bottom line is that Giancarlo Stanton didn't completely forget how to hit. And yes, when you have a guy that's cold, even though it's a player with the talent of Giancarlo Stanton, you still have in the back of your mind, this guy, you know, can turn it that quickly, and not only just turn it with a couple flare singles and a base hit up the middle, but, you know, he can hit a ball 500 feet. So you respect the heck out of him. And you're right. I mean, he started getting on a nice little roll. Some hits, some productive, hits, game-winning stuff. We saw him, get the excitement and emotion during the Cubs series. You betcha every pitching coach and scout report says, okay, Giancarlo, go through an extensive scout report. And then you have Bour behind him, and that's been a nice protection. Of course, if you have a guy that doesn't have somebody where an opposing staff doesn't fear a little, you just pitch around him and make Giancarlo swing at balls.
Bour's taken 2 wide ones.
Now, those are 2 good takes right there. It was a 2-seamer, nice little action, 2-seam fastball, running away from Bour, and he took it perfectly balanced. Almost identical pitches.
He's pitched. And now Jenkins looks tentative out there.
Well, there you go. So, again, you have a hot hitter, a guy that, well, he just saw what he did off of Fultonavich, slightly left side of center field, and he throws a 2-0 changeup. That's a call from Tyler Flowers, a veteran catcher.
Bour trying to poke it through that left side on a 3-0 pitch. It's 3-1.
Donnie's giving him a green light. You got somebody who's comfortable. Give him the option. You want to swing, you get a fastball, go for it. That was that same two-seam fastball running away from him.
See what he gets. 3-1. Down low. 3 walks in the inning. Bags are loaded. There are 2 outs, and Real Muto's 2 for 2 at the plate.
You see the ball strike not good. Obviously, with the 3 walks, you're going to see the high ball total. That's navigation of the lineup, and this is an opportunity for Real Muto to say, okay, I saw what you did. Pitched around the 2 big boys. Don't make a mistake here.
Real Muto, the first guy that Jenkins faced, he singled to right. And a breaking ball starts the at-bat, and it's 1-0. And he looks like he's searching for some pitch. He's missed with 9 of his last 10. Some pitch that he can throw for a strike.
Yeah, I would argue he got in bad counts with both Stanton and Bour and purposely pitched around him enough for those guys to hit or swing at his pitch. This should be an action ball pitch. Well, there you go. Miss again.
And isn't that the danger of doing that, is that you can't get it back?
If you don't have the ability to command, no question about it. I know personally, as I got older, I had the ability to pitch around certain guys to get to the matchup I wanted. A young kid like this who just got called up last week, I don't believe he's got that thinking.
Well, Real Muto had a good pitch at 2-0.
Yeah, that was a 2-0 fastball right down the middle. Jenkins, he's got a little, we don't really get to see it fully from the center field camera, but there's a little late 2-seam life that kind of runs into the right-hander with some downward movement. So it's not a completely straight 4-seam fastball he throws. Well, that one, 4-seam upstairs, that had a little extra giddy up. Off the plate.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Bags loaded. Top 5. Ozuna at third, Stanton at second, Bour's at first. That's strike 3 called. Real Muto turns to Larry Vanover and is not happy, and he has reason. Look at that. Pitch out. And a big strikeout for Jenkins. The Marlins leave him loaded. 3-2 Miami. between Don Mattingly and Larry Vanover in between innings about that strike 3 called on JT Realmuto with the bags loaded and 2 outs on a pitch that showed up out on Fox Tracks.
Yeah, if you watch right here, watch the catcher Tyler Flowers. As soon as he pulls, see that little pulling back gives Larry Vanover, the home plate umpire, a better look. That ball was off the plate.
Ozuna made the catch. The Marlins, and in this modern day of baseball, dugouts know within 10 or 15 seconds whether the call was a good one or not, because since you've got a coach in the video room, they're watching the game. They see the Fox Tracks or whatever tracking device the other regionals would have, and the call quickly goes down to the dugout. Hey, that was out, or he got it right. Here's Freddie Freeman.
I think the one thing that really chapped Don Mattingly was you have a young pitcher in Tyrell Jenkins who showed he was all over the place. Listen, you got a veteran guy that's hitting the glove back and forth, rocking horse for the catcher to just, hit the glove. But he wasn't that. Jenkins, he walked 3 guys in the inning. And then in a big spot, and the Marlins have struggled with runners in scoring position. And I know it's part of the game. I'm not trying to make excuses, but, it was a pitch that was a ball.
Let's talk Wei-Yin Chen and how far he might be going tonight. The pitch count is about to hit 70, but as you've discussed, you put in an hour and 8-minute rain delay into that pitch count. Is this it?
My feeling just watching this outing, he hasn't been dominant. He's given up the couple. Only in the 1 inning in the 3rd. He's given up 7 hits. He's battling. And I think if you get 5, under the circumstance, I'd be pretty happy about that.
He loses Freeman. Here comes Garcia. Also a reminder, you can get the Marlins digital Flex Pass. Features 20 digital tickets for just $199, $10 a game, and you pick the games you want to attend. The Flex Pass is a perfect way to follow Ichiro's chase for 3,000. Head to Marlins.com now. Adonis Garcia pulls one. Prado, Dietrich's turn, and that's a double play. 5-4-3. And a quick exit for Chen. Maybe that buys him another inning. We'll have to find out. In Atlanta, 5 innings with a rain delay of an hour and 8 minutes, and it's 3-2 Fish. Baseball's biggest stars come together for the primetime event that will light up the summer. MLB All-Star Game from San Diego, July 12th only on Fox. In Atlanta tonight, a rainy night in Georgia. I know it's a song, but it was the reality that the Marlins and the Braves had to live through. Hour and 8-minute rain delay came in the middle of the third inning. It wiped out the Braves starter, Mike Fultonevich. Tyrell Jenkins has been in now for 3 innings, but Wei-Yin Chen was able to come back.
I'm trying to think of other Georgia songs.
It's a rainy night in Georgia.
I like that song.
That's an oldie but a goodie. There's probably a few other rain in Georgia songs. Tyrell Jenkins gets Danny Echeverria. And the answer on Wei-Yin Chen seems to be no mas. Oh, no, he's popped out on deck.
Well, what do you have? 9 pitches in his last inning. That double play helped.
Jenkins continues to have control issues. He looked tight and clean in the 4th. Tight in a good tight, not a bad tight.
Yeah.
As in tighten up.
Tighten up. I actually thought he did a little magician work there, pitching around Stanton and Bour. But when you get an opportunity, bases loaded, I know 2 outs, not easy, and you got a guy struggling, you gotta cash in. And the 2 out, runners in scoring position, is the toughest hit to make.
Echeverria just under the glove of Peterson, and that's a base hit. And now Chen, who failed to get a sacrifice down in the 4th, will be asked to try again here in the 6th.
Yeah, a little CNI pass to Chase Peterson. Nice effort. Skipping by. He thought he should have had it. I like that in my defenders.
Roger McDowell. Who did not sing Rainy Night in Georgia.
Was he not one of the bigger characters in baseball back when he pitched for the Mets and the Dodgers? He was a prankster. He's been here 11 years as the pitching coach for the Atlanta Braves.
Did your careers ever collide?
No, against him, but never together. He got to the big leagues in '85. He was, of course, part of the '86 World Champion Mets. Played with the Phillies and the Dodgers. He finished up in '96 with the Orioles. Funky delivery, sinker, slider, good reliever.
Braves bullpen active. Chen bunting. A little hard, though. Freeman's throw. Did he stay on the bag? Chen beats the throw. Echeverria at second is out. Ibar had to really stretch to get it. And remember, there's no neighborhood play now, so I would expect Miami's looking. And he had the foot on.
Yeah, he did a nice job. That ball looked like it was like shooting up and away from Ibar. Freeman did the right thing, and then see Peterson getting back, trying to get the double play. Hard bunt. It's hard to soften a bunt when it's a hard fastball upstairs, as Chen got from Jenkins. And with the wet grass, oh, that'll be it. Watch here, high, just couldn't deaden it enough, and it was just right at Freddie Freeman. Luckily for the Marlins, it wasn't double play.
Brian Snitker is going to make a pitching change here. Marlins' inability to bunt has Chen at first with 1 out. Wes Kendall, Toyota, called to the bullpen. 6th inning. Geico brings you a Marlins moment. Turn back the clock to 99. Mark Kotze with a walk-off homer against Armando Benitez. Or Armando Beniquez, as Jack McKeon would call him.
Beniquez.
This is Dario Alvarez.
Curveball. That's his pitch. He's only been in 6 games, 4 2/3 innings since his call-up.
And he pitched not only in AAA for the Braves, but also AAA for the Mets. The Braves claimed him in late May.
Well, Brian Snitker, the Braves manager, has 8 relievers to choose from. Actually, I take that back. He's got 10. -1, 9. Ian Kroll, he's got 3 lefties. He's got a bunch.
That's significant, though. I mean,
yeah.
Most bullpens are 7. The Marlins are currently at 8 because Jojo Reyes is here only until tomorrow, where the Marlins had to make a decision for a couple of moves. And that is, they've got to clear a spot for Fernando Rodney and a spot for whoever starts tomorrow's game.
To have 9 relievers as the Braves do, that's unusually high.
Dietrich is flied out, hit by a pitch, and has bounced out. And if you're going to have 8 relievers, or even 9, you might want to make sure that some of those relievers can play left field, like the Cubs the other night, where they used 3 pitchers in left field in a 15-inning game. Remember when we saw the Cubs, they had just a 4-man bench. Ball in the dirt, kicks away, and Chen, who's not been on base a whole lot in his career, scampers down to second. It is a wild pitch.
Well, he didn't get the bunt over, but the wild pitch right here gets Chen in scoring position. Flowers couldn't pick it up right away.
So anything in the outfield that's a hit, just remember that's Chen running. Dietrich hangs in against the lefty. Dietrich and Justin Bour had some really nice lefty at bats on that last homestand. Swing and a miss, and a slider away.
Yeah, that's his pitch. Alvarez it's a tough pitch. That's his specialty as a left-handed reliever, to have a good wipeout breaking ball. In his case, this slider, you see the ball just keeps boring away. It's not even close. In the right-handed batter's box, Dietrich looks like a fastball. Once he commits, it's over.
Well, this is interesting here. Now, Prado, as everybody knows in the National League, has hit lefties exceptionally well. But Yelich is not a typical lefty-lefty guy that's overpowered by a left-handed reliever.
304, Rich. You're right. Versus left-handed pitchers.
And so the thought here is that Prado, who's been at the top of that list in the National League all season long, they'd rather go after Yelich. Prado 382. Right behind Ozuna and Jason Worth. Worth 389, Ozuna 388.
Well, I know it's a small sample for Dario Alvarez, but it's a 0 batting average against in 11 left-handed at bats on his curveball. slider.
Braves lead the National League in intentional walks with 33. Yelich has walked twice and struck out. And there's that breaking ball that misses. It's 1-0.
Look for it again. Stay middle of the field, left center. That's his pitch.
So he's thrown a pair of them, one for a strike. Missed in with the first pitch. Chen is at second. Prado's at first.
And then he dots
fastball.
it. But he's going to go to it because pitchers, their success is what it is. Now that fastball locked him up, no question. But in the end, his pitch is the pitch that we saw him strike Dietrich out. That's where pitchers tease you.
One and two. Alvarez in for Jenkins. Yelich doesn't bite.
Now what do you do, Rich? I'm still thinking. I mean, I'm going to go to my pitch that gets lefties out. I'm going to something breaking down the way. If he throws fastball in, you take your helmet off. There it is.
Yelich puts it up in the air. Long run for Francoeur. And he arrives and can't make the catch. Francoeur was getting close to the wall and narrowly missed it.
I thought maybe he would have checked the wall, but his eyes were on it the whole time. He just whiffed it. It's a tough play. It's going a long way.
So back to 2-2, and he did go back to that breaking ball. See if he throws it again. He's got enough on his fastball at 94, though.
I know, but in the back of your mind, you're saying this is a lefty specialist. He throws a couple fastballs, and he goes with his breaking ball.
Breaking ball. Yelich pulls it. Freeman to the bag, and a close play, and Yelich is out. And Alvarez gets out of the inning. Still a one-run game. It's 3-2.
In the bottom of the 6th. The Braves have struggled to win games this season, and one of the reasons why, they've dealt with injuries throughout the course of the entire year. Take a look at the number of games that have been missed due to players being on the disabled list, a total of 612. That is 4th in Major League Baseball behind the Dodgers, the Oakland Athletics, and the Reds. And guys, because of injuries, 7 players have made their Major League debut for the Braves this season. That includes a guy like Malik Smith, who's currently out with a broken thumb.
Yeah, you mix in the fact that this is a reboot for the Braves organization. And a lot of the talent that Al Leiter referenced early in the telecast is not here yet. And maybe at the once you get to August, maybe September, you'll see a few of those names arrive here. But the Braves are hoping in the next 2-3 years it's a steady stream. Wei-Yin Chen. And a fastball is a strike to Nick Markakis, Jeff Francoeur, Tyler Flowers. The Marlins will try to squeeze another inning out of Chen, who started this ball game and pitched well for 2 innings and then had to sit around for a while. Edge! Difficult pick. And the throw, Adeiny Echevarria.
Every night, really. I mean, something special is going to happen. This is a tight defense, a great infield. Echevarria, you talk about athleticism. I think he's underrated. One of the better shortstops in the game. This is not an easy play. It gets on the backside, able to backhand it, firm throw. You betcha.
And here is Francoeur. And when you think about it, for Chen, the rain delay was longer than an hour and 8 minutes because he had a half inning before that rain delay started as well. And he was just out on the bases as well. So here he is in the 6th with a 2-0 count to Jeff Francoeur.
Yeah, do you see that pitch count? I mean, that's reasonable as you look at it. 6 innings, 76th. Actually, it's excellent. And I think our discussion is as a result of having the hour 10 minutes of sitting around. Did he play catch? I don't know. We'll find out tomorrow. Did he? Yeah, those the 4th, 5th. I mean, that's fantastic. Was that a total of 16 pitches in those 2 innings?
Remember, Miami's bullpen had to absorb a short start yesterday in Detroit. Tom Kohler went 3 innings. Francoeur's walked.
Uh-oh, you just sit there. I've sat there before. Bells go off. Is it me? Heartbeat starts pounding.
Marlins Live starts things tomorrow. Brought to you by your South Florida Honda dealers. Jeff Nelson doing a fine job next to Craig Minervini. Preview of Game 2 tomorrow night to be announced against Julio Teheran. It feels like the Marlins are trying to buy some time for Mike Dunn to get loose. Because a visit from Real Muto and now a visit from Juan Nieves.
Yep. That's usually exactly as you set it up. Pitching coach out there, allow Mike Dunn get ready.
Now Chen does have an interpreter, but if you've been around him, you know that he does speak some English and he understands English. And so that discussion between Real Muto and Nieves and Chen before Tyler Flowers gets in the box. The Mets, by the way, rallied in the 7th inning, and they take a 4-3 lead into the top of the 9th in New York over the Cubs.
Wow.
The Nationals won going away against the Reds 13-4. The Reds are 29-51. Marlins have the Reds at the end of this road trip right before the All-Star break in Miami.
You're not easy to do, and I know we're talking about the future of the Atlanta Braves and 14 years in a row of winning a division and all the the success they had, but to really break a team down in this day and age with the 2 wild cards, I give them credit to recognize where you are and what you need to do to get back and have sustainability. I mean, you're talking about the Cubs. We just saw them down in Miami, of what Theo Epstein said when he came over from the Red Sox. I want us to be a player development machine. And you got to have enough players in the minor leagues to develop to ultimately become either stars of your own, or you get somebody.
That's in the corner, and that's trouble. Francoeur racing for third. Yelich has it cleanly, and Francoeur has to hold at third base. A double by Flowers. And the Marlins lead in jeopardy here in the bottom of the 6th. You do have the bottom of the order. Ibar is the hitter now.
You see where Realmuto wanted that ball set up upstairs, in off the plate. We see it hit the corner, but it was down, something Flowers liked. Was able to get the barrel to it, pull his hands in. It's a good swing. Was not the location that he wanted. A big hit for Flowers and the Braves, and here comes Don Mattingly.
And so Don Mattingly asked for the baseball, and it's going to be Mike Dunn who will try to pitch out of this jam in the 6th, with Miami up 3-2 and West Kendall Toyota called to the pen. Around for well over an hour during a rain delay, and he gets to the 6th and seemingly runs out of gas here. A walk to Francoeur, the double to Flowers, and now the hope is that Mike Dunn can come in and get 2 outs without letting a run score. Eric Ibar is the hitter. The Braves have the pitcher spot after that, and obviously at that point a pinch hitter. So here is Dunn.
His last outing on the 24th, so well rested 6 days ago for a reliever. That's a lot.
Middle infield's back, and an elevated fastball from Dunn for a strike to Ibar, who was singled and bounced out. For Dunn, he has inherited 10 runners. 4 of them have scored. Up the middle, off of Dunn's glove, and the game is tied, and everybody is safe.
certainly instinctively as a pitcher, you square up. Ball one hopper. It was hit pretty hard. Not sure if Echeverria would have gotten it. Maybe. In any event, a run would have scored either way from the looks of it. He falls off slightly as left-handers do to the third base side. Just couldn't get it. Tough break.
RBI on an infield hit. At the corners now. And here is Brandon Snyder. Pinch hitter for the Braves. Pinch a penny loves that. And his second career pinch hit home run against the Mets back on the 24th. Drives that pitch right center field and deep. Back goes Ozuna, and he reaches, can't get it, off the wall. Stanton has it, run scores. Ibar coming home, throw to the plate, not in time. And the Braves not only erase the lead, but a two-run pinch hit double by Brandon Snyder gives Atlanta a 5-3 lead. All 5 of Snyder's hits this season have been for extra bases.
How quickly a game could turn around. His slider that ended up being middle of the plate. Ozuna made a nice effort, just couldn't get to it. Snyder, big double, 3 runs here in the 6th inning, still only 1 out. Looks like Ozuna was timing it.
Top of the order, and Peterson. And Snyder at third. Miami's infield is in. And this is following a familiar script for the Marlins and the Braves. At the knees. The ruling on that ball in the right center is triple. So I don't want to slight Jenkins for an extra base, so a 2-run triple. Or excuse me, Snyder. That one flipped foul. I don't want to slight Snyder at all. Brandon Snyder, a guy that had to work his way back to the big leagues. Last played with Boston in 2013. Fastball fouled back. Peterson battling. It's 1-2. There he is. Getting a chance. Taking advantage of it. It's 1-2.
Fastball slider. Mike Dunn just sometimes he overthrows a slider and it gets a little bit more left to right without the depth. It's a better one. You know, as a lefty situational guy, I mean, that, you know, a lot of relievers, we just saw what Alvarez did coming in. We were going pitch by pitch. You know, Dunn is what he is now. Fastball still enough, low 90s with one secondary pitch with a slider. And sometimes when you get a little older and you don't have the same giddy up, you know, to tinker and vary with that put away pitch, that secondary pitch that makes you your money. And that's what lefty relievers do. You come in to get left-handed key outs. And you have to have that pitch, slider, curve, split, whatever. I mean, 94, he's got plenty. Left-handed velocity, you know, hit the glove, get ahead and expand. It's just that little life on a good wipeout slider.
Infield's in. 2-2. Shallow left. Snyder tags. Yelich has it. And that's the second out.
That's a tough at bat. You know, watching Jason Peterson, he grinds it. This guy, for a little guy who saw what he did out in Miami and spun on David Phelps and hit the big home run. Every bat, every pitch, you can tell guys that get it. Not throwing away at bats or even pitch by pitch.
Here's d'Arnaud, is done. Tries to get through this 6th with no more damage. And to left, that's a hit. And the Braves have a big inning. They hang 4 on the Marlins in the bottom of the 6th.
So Chase d'Arnaud just went down and got a fastball after 0-1 count. Get ahead. That ball is down off the plate, shin high. A ball. Just drops the barrel of the bat. Clearly likes the ball down. Looks at that swing.
Runner goes. Big jump. Real Muto's throw. Not in time. And they count 0-1 to Freddie Freeman. It was a 3-2 lead for the Marlins. Wei Chen got the first out of the inning. He walked Francoeur, a double by Flowers. Mike Dunn enters. 3 of the next 4 hitters have hits. And just like that, a 4-run inning. Freeman fouls it back. One, two. Got him. Freeman strikes out, but the Braves strike for 4 and lead it 6-3. And boy, has this ball game changed. As we noted, for the Marlins, One of the things they've not been able to overcome against the Braves this year is Atlanta's bullpen. Atlanta's won 6 of 8 games, and in those 8 games, the bullpen has been outstanding. They came in at 5-0 with a 1.80 ERA, and that ERA will have dipped because the pen has thrown 3 scoreless innings here. Chris Withrow is the latest out of the pen. Third man out.
And their bullpen has been better, but yeah, I know you're citing numbers against the Marlins. After Fultonevich's 3-inning start, Terrell Jenkins comes in, and the lefty and Dario Alvarez, and now Withrow. Hard thrower. Cuts the ball. Curveball.
And the Marlins try to climb back. And they've got 3 innings to do it. Ozuna, Stanton, Bour. And Withrow gets a strike. Braves bullpen this month as June closes. A 3.94 ERA.
Doesn't sound great, but I know their bullpen earlier was.
It sounds better than a 5.10 from.
Yeah, I knew that early on they were
April.
Struggling. 5.10.
Yeah. Well, and they've been, you know, in their defense, they've been worked a lot. The Braves rotation outside of Tehran has been a major work in progress.
They've had 10 starters, Rich. You know, show me any team with, well, I mean, there's always going to be somebody get hurt, but 10 guys have started this year for the Atlanta Braves.
2-2 to Ozuna.
One of those guys, Bud Norris, recently traded, had 10 of those starts. Who's now a Los Angeles Dodger.
Dodgers desperate for starting pitching. It's amazing that a team with the most ginormous payroll in all of baseball is desperate for pitching. Obviously, you can't foresee injuries, but still.
Well, I mean, from the looks of some of their moves, it was really more about quantity. I mean, I guess that's unfair, but, you know, when you have a tandem of what they had in Greinke and Kershaw, choosing not to pay the big money for Greinke, and you get Maeda, he's done a nice job. And
2-2. Got him. Down goes Ozuna. Yeah, we were talking about the bullpen ERA, and there it is for the Braves at 1.80, and it's with 3 scoreless innings now going to sink a little bit lower. That's been a difference maker in the season series. Stanton's walked twice and popped out. Had a little experience against Withrow. It's often said that baseball is not a momentum sport. There aren't quick shifts of momentum in some of the other sports. And it felt like in this one, the shift in momentum took 1 hour and 8 minutes. Right?
Well, that's not quick.
And that wasn't quick. That was the rain delay. Because it's been 2 different games before and after. Stanton fouls that pitch back.
Well, I mean, there wasn't anything crisp about it. Yes, of course, you have a long rain delay. That's not good for anybody, right? The players, everybody involved, the fans, but when you came back with Chen, we're wondering how many more innings, and he had the quick 4th and 5th inning, goes out for the 6th. After a leadoff foul to Markakis, he walks Vancouver on 4 pitches. Okay, it happens, but your pitch count matters.
Stanton, a sharp ground ball. Ibar throws him out.
And how quickly things can turn. And with Tyler Flowers double, and then Ibar, and then there it was. I mean, before you know it, 4 runs.
Baseball Night in America returns. The showdown between the Angels and the Red Sox, 7 o'clock tomorrow on your local Fox station. Yankees and Padres, 9:30 Eastern, only on FS1. That is a Saturday night baseball night in America. Tomorrow night is baseball night in Atlanta. Eduardo Perez, who returns, makes his triumphant return, though he did take up residency in Nebraska.
Just trying to get me an extra day with you, Rich. That's all.
To Justin Bour, 3-run homer, and that was before the rain delay. The Marlins had 3 runs in the 2nd off Mike Fultonevich. Rain delay happened in the middle of the 3rd. Wei-Yin Chen came back, wasn't sharp in the bottom of the 3rd, gave up 2 runs. Was able to right himself in the 4th and the 5th, and then wobbled in the 6th. Didn't get help out of the bullpen, and the Braves put up 4 runs. If on Broadway or in the movies they were to cast somebody for Casey at the bat, or just a big left-handed slugger, I think Justin Bour's your guy.
Without a doubt.
Classic swing. Country strong, although he grew up in the Washington, D.C. suburbs.
George Mason University, right?
Yes. Bour to right. But there are some guys, and the Marlins don't really have they can't turn the clock back very far with the turn back the clock uniforms. But you know how some teams will throw on the 1920s? Bour would look good in a 1920s getup.
The New York Knights.
Yes.
Big Robert Redford back.
The whammer. High chopper. Garcia over there, and he throws him out. And Chris Withrow works a 1-2-3-7. summary, 6-3 Braves, bottom 7. This was Justin Bour. This was the second inning. Top of the wall, 3-run shot, and a 3-0 lead. All right, the rain came and went. Wei Chen came back out after an hour and 8-minute delay, and that one just snuck by. Bour for a triple by Freddie Freeman. Nick Markakis would knock in that second run. Braves got 2 back, 10 to 6. Chen wobbled. Mike Dunn came in, and in relief, Dunn gave up a run there on Ivar's infield single. Brandon Snyder, a pinch hit triple. Ozuna narrowly missing it. 2 runs came across. And then a line drive single by Chase Darno. 4 runs for the Braves. And the fortunes of the Marlins reversed. That's why the concern on Don Mattingly's face when that rain came. You could really feel it in the middle of the third. Kyle Bearclaw with Adonis Garcia, Nick Markakis, and Jeff Francoeur scheduled. Bearclaw, fastball for a strike. Breaking ball hit high on the infield, and Dietrich makes the catch.
Seeing Kyle Bearclaw out there and seeing what's going to happen here with Fernando Rodney. And I love this kid here. You talk about pure swing and miss stuff. Great slider, great fastball. How Don Mattingly and Juan Nieves kind of slot everybody in, but this bullpen, when they're right now, he just start throwing more strikes and less walks. This guy's going to be something. It's the only little bit of bugaboo, the high walk total.
Here's Markakis, who seems to be good for an RBI hit a game at Miami's expense, and he had one in the third. Was not a large crowd to begin with on this Thursday night, but the rain has certainly thinned those that were in attendance. Markakis. It's a foul ball. Now everybody seems to be pretty excited about the new ballpark. With SunTrust Park coming online, and the construction is ahead of schedule, on time. Things are falling into place. It sounds like that everything is going smoothly, and it should be ready for opening day. There's a look. Al, there's your suite at the Omni. Looks like you left the light on again. That
cozy, right?
Looks gorgeous. But I will say this, there's going to be a lot of nostalgia come end of September in this ballpark. You know, and the Braves do things well in stadium, and you would expect it will be an emotional send-off for this park, which wasn't home for all that long in a baseball life, 97 till this year. But just think about the names and the memories that will be out on the field. I can remember being at Shea Stadium in the late 2000s, the last day of Shea Stadium. The Marlins beat the Mets, knocked them out of the postseason, but that was a big celebration. All the Mets, you were there.
Yes.
There's a bouncer wide. And even though you're leaving an old stadium or ballpark for something shiny and new, when Smoltz and Glavine and Maddox, Chipper, and the Braves that played here all come out. There was also a terrific send-off at Fulton County Stadium when they came over to here. And a lot of those same names were in the early stages of what would be a great career in Atlanta.
And you're talking about only 20 years. And it does seem like the blink of an eye. I mean, and as you're saying this, I'm thinking, the new Yankee Stadium and all the history that was at the old place, albeit it was refurbished in 1976. But that goes back to 1900.
Markakis sneaks one down the line. Yelich is over there quickly, and he'll hold him to a single. So now I remember you at the old football stadium when the Marlins moved. So you were part of that in 2011.
Yeah. Right.
And you were part of Shea Stadium. What other ballparks have you said goodbye to?
You know what? I was at the Old Timers game the last year of Old Yankee Stadium, and it mattered to me mostly because that's where I broke in as a big leaguer. And to this day, my mother will be 90. She says, when asked, what was your favorite moment of your son? And she said it was his first time in the big leagues. So that always has a place. World Series, yeah, I did some cool things, no hitter, but every big leaguer remembers when. What was your first at bat? Who was your first at bat? What did you do in that first game? Never forget it.
Frank Coor fouls it back. All the way to the screen. Here's the weird thing about all of that. You would think maybe for that final game, maybe the Marlins would be here. Maybe the Mets. Okay, Phillies. All right, we'll settle for the Nationals, right? The Detroit Tigers are the last team here. How about that? Yeah. Marlins opened their season in Miami with the Tigers, and the Tigers end their season here against the Braves.
So you're not saying that was really well thought out?
Well, you know what? It won't be about the Tigers.
Smoltz will be glad to see that.
Yes.
He grew up a Tiger fan.
The tie, it's a bit of a stretch, but the tie is that the Tigers played the first game in the old Fulton County Stadium, an exhibition game in '66. Those would have been the Norm Cash Tigers.
And
saw Al Kaline at batting practice
McClain
yesterday. Well, McClain, you're right. Willie Horton, maybe. You're right. Smoltz, a Michigan guy.
Nasty.
Bear Claw strikes out Frank Coor. In relief, Quicken Loans brings you Rocket Arms. Kyle Bearclaw. Brad Hand on that list at 52.
Wow. Well, I know the strikeouts per 9. Kyle Bearclaw is right up there with the tops in all the relievers in baseball. Put a few of those Yankee guys on that list. Andrew Miller, Chapman, I know he's just been back a month or so, right?
Do you think Chapman gets traded?
I do. I mean, well, first of all, they have to be out because I know that this is the Yankees are a franchise that cannot even remotely think that if there's a chance that they're going to be viewed as sellers. I mean, he's a free agent at the end of the year. They have 3 closers basically.
Flowers deep. Ozuna back at the wall, and he can't get it. It's over his glove. It's off the wall. And Flowers has himself an RBI double. It looked like Ozuna was just ready to catch it And then he arrived at the wall, and so did the ball.
Bearclaw knew this is an 0-2 pitch, slider, middle of the plate. You see Bearclaw's reaction. Uh-oh, every pitcher knows he's just hoping it stays in. Or better yet, Ozuna catches it. Watch here, Ozuna looked like as soon as he turned his head away, he had less of a chance. I think as a visiting player, once again, to know the space that you have as an outfielder is important. I thought he had a beat on it. It would have been a great catch.
Ibar goes after the 2-0 fastball. Ibar, a couple hits, including that important one off the glove of Mike Dunn. That was in the 6th. That drove home the first run of the 6th. And then the floodgates open. Snyder had the 2-run pinch hit triple. Darno added an RBI single. That Mets rally, which was late, holds up, and they beat the Cubs 4-3. Cleveland still rocks 13 in a row. They beat Toronto 4-1. Dietrich on to first. Braves add a run, and Miami now, as the night gets later, trails by 4. Jim Johnson, the right-hander coming in for the Braves. Deposits on 2017 season ticket plan. Guarantees access to the 2017 All-Star Game. Plus, you can place your deposit before July 8th, and you get to swing for your seats and maybe get your season tickets for free. That's a home run derby event at Marlins Park. 1-877 Marlins. You can RSVP today. Well, we've documented how good Atlanta's bullpen has been against the Marlins this year. This is the 9th game between these two teams. Jim Johnson fires a two-seamer that's in. Emilio Bonifacio comes in a double switch. That's the 3rd hit of the night for Real Muto. And up comes Echeverria. Real Muto, remember the at-bat he had in the 5th as well. Bags were loaded, 2 outs. Real Muto on a full count, called out on that. He brought a contentious exchange between Don Mattingly and Larry Bennett. Echeverria trying to get on base, bunts it foul.
Well, definitely as you look back at this game, Rich, it clearly was a big opportunity for the Marlins to tack on. Didn't do it.
But at the same time, too, it's the Braves bullpen against the Marlins bullpen. It's been the Braves bullpen not only in this season series, but tonight it's been very, very good. And Echeverria's lined out, singled, bounced out. Ichiro is on deck. So an Ichiro at bat is coming up. Check swing. Did he go? No swing, but Real Muto has vacated first, and he's arrived at second on a wild pitch. That Nationals game ended up 13-4, so the Nationals have won. The Mets have won. Cleveland won again. That's 13 in a row. The Tigers win. And that's not a surprise after seeing the Tigers the last 2 days. They were hot. They went down to St. Pete and put 10 more runs on the board and beat the Rays 10-7.
Good offense, right? I mean, but figured what they were going to bring. And
how about 8 runs in the 9th inning to win at 10-7?
Did they really?
Yes.
Now that offense, I mean, I think it was a matter of Justin Upton, kind of doing his thing. Cameron Maynard's a great. Miggy's one of the best hitters. Pitching, when Jordan Zimmerman went down.
Well, Echeverria trying to grind out this at bat and get on base. And the count 2-2. Stays 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jim Johnson was on the DL. And since coming back, he's had a dozen games.
Been great.
Giving up 1 earned run. It's a guy that led the American League in saves in back-to-back seasons. 51 and 50.
And it was power sinker after sinker. I know. I remember those years with Baltimore, right? What'd you say, 50 saves?
51 and 50. Became just the 2nd pitcher in Major League history to have back-to-back 50 save seasons. Eric Gagne of the Dodgers.
And then went on to Oakland, just didn't find his way and got released.
It's a power sinker there.
Signed a big contract. Trying to get his way back. Went on the DL with a groin injury. Came back, and Rich, you said his last 12 games have been almost perfect. 1 earned run in 13 innings.
High chopper, Echeverria. Johnson, a nifty play to get him. Johnson needed to get it and release it quickly, and he did.
Yeah. He played infield somewhere along the line when he was high school or somewhere. That was a nice smooth play. Knowing Echeverria's speed, he's got to get it going. This is a chopper off a home plate, often with a runner that's fast enough, but the quick transfer from Johnson got Echeverria.
So here is Ichiro with 2 hits in Detroit yesterday. He is 12 shy of 3,000. Goes after the first pitch. And it's 0-1. Dietrich on deck. 0-2. It's one of the cool things for fans in the National League as Ichiro gets closer to this record. Almost all of his exploits have been in the American League, and somewhat of a mysterious figure to National League fans. Till last year with the Marlins.
Even with the interleague play?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's not as consistent.
But, you know, he would come to town, what, once every 4 years, 5 years? For a 2 or a 3 game series?
Yeah, fair enough. And just consistent, right? I mean, you want consistency in players, and what a career he's had.
Oof, that one almost far enough for Real Muto.
And not when you're down by 4. Bour to join the illustrious club.
It would tie him with Clemente. That will be quite a night or quite a day when that happens. Up and in, and the press attention has already ratcheted up from the Japanese media, and the closer he gets, it's just going to keep growing. And here's the amazing thing for me. I was there from the very start in 01, and a lot of the media members that are surfacing again are people I recognize from the first 3 or 4 years in Seattle. And they've all come full circle.
Yeah.
Ichiro center field deep. D'Arnaud back at the track, and he makes the catch. Ichiro gave it a ride. 390 feet. As it is, Real Muto will cross and score. The Marlins pick up a run.
Well, of course, Ichiro will handle it, but as I was coming into the stadium, there was a couple camera crews from Japan, trying to communicate, and clearly new to the following based on 12 more hits. And I wonder, as that grows, how Ichiro handles it. I mean, I can only imagine, right? I mean, he's already a god in Japan, but now as he gets closer to, a huge milestone in Major League Baseball, what's the attention? How much more? How does he filter it? How does he keep him away?
Well, here's the difference. As he's been hot this year and as he's gotten close, he's been front page, sports page, front page news, leading off the news as well. But all of a sudden, the Access Hollywood type shows, the shows that are not sports shows, are starting to cover him and show him. And so that's part of the coverage that's going to just continue to balloon. So a sacrifice fly by Ichiro, and it's a 3-run Atlanta lead.
Again. Is that 14? He was leading the National League, right?
Yes.
I think that's 14 hit batsmen.
Jim Johnson is asking Larry Vanover to get Dietrich off the plate, or saying that he was leaning over the plate, and Dietrich does crowd the plate.
In addition to that, you have to make some effort to get out of the way. You know, he waits, and watch. Let's see. He's got the elbow pad on. You know who used to do that to me? Drive me crazy. Craig Biggio.
Because your cutter would come in.
He just he wouldn't move, and he was on the plate, and I had the same complaint. You got to make an effort to get out of the way.
So he's been hit twice tonight. So he's at 15. 1-0.
Whoa.
Two and 0. That was out. Here's the 2-0 pitch.
You know, from the angle that we have and where Johnson's thrown from, well, a little closer, but I think Larry Vanover got it right. He's having a pretty good night.
Save the one to Real Muto.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's the 3-0. But a good night for an umpire on called strikes is 95% and above in terms of how they're graded on the exact technology you're looking at with Fox Tracks. Anytime you're up 96, 97, that's a good night for an umpire. Prado into center field. That's a base hit, and the Marlins extend the inning. It brings Yelich to the plate. Braves bullpen has been silent. Johnson's thrown 28 pitches, and this is going to allow, I would expect, Atlanta's pen to get back to work.
95%. I'm still hanging on that. That's phenomenal. Is that where they are? They're
on called strikes.
The better umpires get 95%.
The better umpires are above 95, up in the 96, 97-ish.
It's impressive.
It is. It's you know, people complain about umpires all the time. That's part of the game, but I mean, throw a mask on and hop back there and try it.
No thanks. And the evaluation is at an all-time high.
Yes.
They've got more directors and.
Well, they've got that technology. They can reference the pitch that they thought was in and go and look and see if it was in. That's a pitch right there that technology has helped, Al, and that is catcher sets up out, pitch comes in, has to come back and reach for it. But Vanover stayed on it, and it was a strike.
Which they once upon a time didn't do.
Ball and a strike. 2 outs. Yelich looking for his first hit of the night. He's walked twice.
You know, the press food room, I had a chance to talk to longtime umpire Rich Rieker, who's now a supervisor. And we got on this conversation because I remember once upon a time, right before Questek was in every stadium, it was only in a handful. And I remember select umpires used to tell me, I'm on the computer tonight, Al. I was like, what does that mean? But it made them call a strike, and a ball, not based on who was up, what the score is, how long the game is, which it happened.
Now, umpires still have their own personality, and teams will post in the clubhouse scouting reports on each umpire and their zone tendencies, but it's much more uniform than it was before. Eric Gray. 2-2. And Yelich fouls it into the glove of Flowers. That's a strikeout. Miami has to settle for 1 and is down 3. on top of Miami. Let's check in with Jessica Blaylock. Jess?
Hey, Rich, it may not be a Twitter and Email Tuesday driven by Ford, but it is National Social Media Day, so we wanted to remind you how you can keep in touch and interact with our broadcast. Give us a follow on Twitter and Instagram under the handle @Fox Marlins. On Snapchat, it's @FoxSportsFL, and then you can see the official team handle for the Marlins on Twitter. It is @Marlins. And Al Leiter, I'm wondering how you're liking Twitter and Email Tuesdays so far this season.
Love it, Jess. I love the interaction. What else do I love about it?
The fact that you could play with your phone occasionally during the game.
Yeah, but see, you control that. I don't. I have. It's only been one, right?
Yes,
two.
For you. I think you've had two.
All right, next time I want to be able to
control the
read out one.
All right.
I'll keep it where it needs to be. It's fun, Jess.
Emilio Bonifacio, Jace Peterson, and Chase Darno against Brian Ellington. Ellington misses out with a fastball. Bonifacio, of course, a Marlin. Had some great moments. The blazing speed.
Fun to watch, right?
Was one of the last Braves cut in spring training. Ended up in AAA, hung in and played well, and a spot opened up.
96, Ellington coming in after Bear Claw. Got some good arms. Not bad there with the Marlins, 271. One year in 2011, he was 296.
You talk about depth for a bullpen, and obviously Rodney adds that. And you go back and look at this ball game, and Wei-Yin Chen ran out of gas in the sixth, and it was Mike Dunn that the Marlins turned to. Dunn gave up 3 hits. It was a 4-run inning. And I guess maybe that's the illustration of aligning depth. As Don Mattingly said, shortening the game. If you add Rodney to the mix of Bearclaw, Phelps, and Ramos, and even a guy like Ellington, who has started to establish himself. There's the resume of Fernando Rodney, and from all we've heard, he'll be here tomorrow night.
I think with this acquisition, you're going to see kind of the jockeying of roles, if you will. And I know, modern day sabermetrician world, they don't like to hear that, but relievers do like to know about when they're going to pitch. And I know that, the save doesn't matter to the statistical analytics of it. It's the high leverage inning. There are people down there that get ready physically and mentally as you sit there and you see the guys what looks like chilling out. They know their roles. They kind of have a feel with the manager and how the game's playing.
That one gets through Prado. You don't see that very often. Bonifacio around first, on his way to second. And it's going to be an E5, and that snaps that run of errorless games, which is a major league record. It ends in the 29th game.
Yeah, the shorthandedness of Martin Prado, that just was a worm burner. I think it just stuck to the ground. Let's see if there's any. No, just clanked off the heel of his glove. That's a play that Martin Prado knows he should have made.
And of course, with his speed, he arrives at second pretty quickly. Here's Jace Peterson. So as you talk about high leverage spots and a bullpen and a reliever wanting to know when he's going to be used, or at least a general idea of when he's going to be used. Obviously, that's the human element of it. I mean, you can plug ERAs in and whips and stuff like that and bring a guy in the 6th or the 7th or the 8th. When will we see a guy that's just like the hired gun? I guess, you know, the Rays kind of had that with, was it Erasmo Ramirez? Whenever they felt like they needed a high leverage inning, Ramirez was kind of the guy they brought in.
Honestly, Rich, I think it would have to be a new generation of relievers. But I think one misnomer or the factor that's not weighed is that to close out the 27th out of a game that's within reach, let's even say
left center, Bonifacio tags, Yelich has it, and Bonifacio racing for third, and he's there.
Bonifacio's speed, and also Yelich, not the strongest arm as a left fielder, took advantage of that. 27th out, I don't care. I know the guys that could do it consistently. There's just it's a different animal. When there isn't a parachute behind you and you're the guy, it's just a different mindset. It's just like, why do hitters change? Some hitters, the average hitters, when it's 2nd and 3rd and 1 out or nobody out, as opposed to nobody on, and just have a clear mind. You know, it's the gulp. Oop, I got to get this guy in, and it changes the mindset. And the better players don't allow the circumstance to affect them adversely. And those are your great players. Talent that doesn't allow the circumstance to affect their ability to do what they're really good at. So, you know, maybe do away with the save, the actual statistic. You know, pay guys for whips and strikeouts per 9 and ERAs of 0. Maybe you could see the change for a guy like Mariano Rivera to come in the 5th inning and get a key out because it's the high leverage inning. Or you could say that in this game, right? I mean, Mike Dunn came in. We're talking about 3 closer arms with what the Marlins have: Ramos, Bearclaw, Ellington. They're going to have Rodney. Phelps, thank you. You know, is that the moment? You want him to come in the 6th there with 1 out? Bring in Ramos?
Darno blisters one left center field, and it pops up over the wall. It's a ground rule double. His 2nd consecutive hit. And Atlanta adds on and rebuilds a 4-run lead. Here's Freeman. A couple hits. He's 2 for 3. And the Marlins will intentionally walk Freeman to pitch to Adonis Garcia. This is ball 4. One of the stories in baseball tonight was that the Giants were playing in Oakland, and Bruce Bochy, rather than use the DH, which he has the option to do, and every National League manager does do in an American League park, said no to that and put Madison Bumgarner in. And Bumgarner doubles in his first at bat. That was against a lefty too. The Giants have an 8-1 lead over Oakland. Oakland's won the first 3 of their 4-game get-together this year. It's 8-1 San Francisco, top 4. So with one out, Ellington and Garcia. And a strike there. Adonis Garcia, 31-year-old Cuban. Played in Series Nacional. The Cuban League. 7 years. One, two. So right now, a painful night for Miami. Not only they are down 8-4 after having led this game 3-0. The Nationals have won and the Mets have won. Mets came back to beat the Cubs.
Like anything, Rich, we're talking about the numbers this year against the Braves, and it's not good with 2 and 6 of the 8. Then once that plays out, so if the Marlins have a comeback in them, then that becomes the story, and that becomes why can't you beat the Braves, and etc.
Garcia swings and misses.
Personnel changes. If you look at that record early in the year, they got swept by the Braves. Jared Cozart was one of the starters. There's some rosters. I know Narveson was in one of those games that gave up.
He had a different manager.
It's just early part of the year. Guys who were struggling that aren't now, and I get it. It's part of it. But even the snippet within a season, a month's gone on.
Ball got loose on the field. Stanton has to retrieve it. Every now and then one pops out of that Braves bullpen in right field.
It was because when I coming in, it's looking at the series, and I know the numbers are lopsided, and just how it can change. I know Jared Cozart was in the rotation. Edwin Jackson was in a few of those games who'd given up a few, and Craig Bruslow, and Chris Narveson.
Ellington has it, flips to first in time. Braves get that run back, and the Marlins are running out of outs. To the ninth, it's 8-4. Baseball on Fox Sports Florida is brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. And by your South Florida Honda dealers. In Atlanta tonight, the mystery continues, and that is, why is it the Marlins can't seem to beat this Atlanta Braves team? Braves have won 6 of 8 and are 3 outs away from making it 7 of 9. And if the Braves win this game, it will be only their 27th win of the season. They've lost 52 games. Roydus Vizcaíno. 10 of 12 in save opportunities. This not one of those. In a 4-run game. They'll try to shut the door on the Marlins. Marcell Ozuna, Giancarlo Stanton, Justin Bour for an offense that perked up early. Bour hit a 3-run homer in the second. Wei-Yin Chen looked sharp. Rain hit, hour and 8-minute delay. Chen came out for the bottom of the third, gave up 2 runs there. Got back up on his feet. And then got knocked out in the 6th. Mike Dunn came in and he couldn't hold it. The Braves got 4 runs and have been looking back at the Marlins ever since. Ball and a strike to Ozuna. When we talk about Barraclough's strikeout rate out of the bullpen, Vizcaíno's is pretty good as well, 5th in the majors.
Well, it was not a pretty swing there. Vizcaíno just came right after Ozuna, all fastballs. And Rich, you mentioned about the good strikeout rate. He's got a good slider. I don't know whether it was an emergency hack. You just see right there, Ozuna just overmatched. Maybe looking slider.
We haven't seen too many swings like that from Ozuna this year.
Oh for 5 with 3 strikeouts. Not a good night for Marcell.
Stanton takes a strike. One and 2. Julio Teheran tomorrow night for the Braves. Marlins have yet to announce it, though expect something right after the game. An announcement on the starting pitcher tomorrow night. More than likely it's Justin Nicolino. Clubs always wait until they have to announce it. Stanton is out. That's because you never want to announce something unless you have to, in case something happens in this game tonight that affects that move. All right, if you missed the Bour home run, here it is. Sunnier and drier at that time. That was before the long rain delay. AT high-speed replay. Those that have stayed are into it. Oh, our buddy got another shot over there.
Did he get it?
Our buddy, another shot. Did he get this one? I don't think he got this one either. This was a much tougher play. Remember the ball earlier in the game in which he had a great shot and it went right through his glove. 2-1. Bour fouls that one off. All right, Al, this is a much tougher play here.
Oh, he misplayed it, that's why.
He overran it, I think. It's been a tough night for anyone wearing a Marlins jersey. Did he go? Alfonso Marquez says no. Bour works a walk. And here comes Real Muto.
Good at bat. Didn't throw it away. Kept fighting off the pitch that was corner. Keep grinding it out.
Real Muto has got 3 hits. He's 3 for 4. Pitches in from Vizcaíno. And a visit from Flowers. This is a 4-game series with a ton of logistics to it. The 3 games here. And on Saturday, both teams, after the 4 o'clock game, will head to North Carolina. They'll head to the base on Sunday morning. It's an 8 o'clock start on Sunday, and both teams have 4 o'clock games in the Northeast on Monday. The Braves have got a 4 o'clock game in Philly. The Marlins a 4 o'clock game in New York. Muto takes it and no swing. 2-1.
Outside of the Bour home run, Real Muto's had the best night. 3 for 4, 3 singles off of 3 different pitchers.
And a good take there.
Yeah, a couple good takes on the slider from Vizcaíno.
Count 3-1. You got Echeverria. And in the pitcher spot. Fastball in, and Real Muto walks. So he's been on base 4 times. If nothing comes of this inning, the Marlins have pushed Vizcaíno a bit. I'd like to push him a little more. Roger McDowell out. Ball strike ratio is not clean. Echeverria is 1 for 4. Cole Gillespie is on deck. Ichiro has already pinch hit in the game. He had a sacrifice fly in the 8th. is he still in the game, and he's not. Flowers is ejected. Whether it's a ball or a strike, for a catcher to turn around and be that loud and that demonstrative. Flowers getting his money's worth. But the Braves are going to have to bring in a new catcher. Brian Snitker, the interim manager, he and Larry Vanover.
I've never had a catcher or seen a catcher be so demonstrative on this. Now that's probably up. And this is like a all-game thing that Tyler Flowers and Real Muto, we saw Don Mattingly. That did look a little up, maybe on the upper part of the strike zone. See, slightly above the belt. But as a pitcher, Rich, I could tell you, I personally love it.
All right, here's the unfortunate thing. In both the Braves television truck and our TV production truck, the Fox tracks did not function. We share that with the Braves telecast on Fox Sports South. And so that pitch did not register.
Here, let's take a side shot. The belt, forget about letter high. I mean, that went right, it went too high. Slightly above the belt, right?
I don't know that it's high, do you?
I mean, in this day and age, they call anything above the belt high, but I don't. I mean, I think everything's a strike as a pitcher. I think the way that cross shoot from Vizcaino across had plate coverage, but it's even beyond that. This is all night long. There's a couple 100+ pitches thrown from each side if you add them up. We saw Mattingly earlier complaining on a bases loaded situation with Real Muto, ringing him up with 2 outs.
Here's the other technology note. There's a strike. Crowd loves it. Brzezinski behind the plate. The pitch didn't register on the app, at least the app that we've got open on MLB at bat, which is this essentially the same system that drives Fox tracks. So that's going to be one where Flowers is going to go to the clubhouse and say, hey, let me see that pitch. Yeah. Where did it register on Fox tracks? And they're going to say, it didn't.
Yeah, but just get the side shot. It was slightly above the belt. You know, I don't know the defining upper end of the strike zone, but
2-1.
I know what the rule book says. It says slightly below the letters.
Echeverria fouls it off, and it's 2-2.
I know Tyler Flowers has gained a lot of friends from all major league pitchers or any pitcher, because you appreciate that. You grind it out as a pitcher and you think more pitches are strikes than not, and your catcher's willing to argue enough to get thrown out of the game.
2-2. Echeverria fouls it off.
Well, Marlins going down with a fight. They didn't throw away bats here. A couple walks after 2 quick outs. Strike out of Ozuna and ground to short with Stanton.
Vizcaino did not work in the last 2 games against the Indians. His 25th pitch. And that's a base hit down the right field line. Bour's going to score. Real Muto to third. And Echeverria arrives with a double. And that's going to bring a tying run to the plate with 2 outs.
Good at bat from Echeverria. Just fought it off. A lot of tough pitches. Foul ball, a fastball up and away, middle, outer third. Stays with it. Firing it past a shaded Freddie Freeman at first base. And that'll be all for their closer. Wow.
So it wasn't a safe situation,
right.
but they knocked the closer out. West Kendall Toyota called to the bullpen. Officially now a late night with the fish. Now Leiter's first taste of late night with the fish. You can see the clock here closing in on midnight. And if you're starting to doze or the eyes are heavy, this is going to wake you up. Mauricio Cabrera throws absolute gas. His average fastball is 101 miles an hour, .3. Oh, and it gets away. Almost hits Gillespie. It bounces right back to Pierzynski. Want to know? This is a guy that has had quite a reputation around baseball because of this velocity. That's 102.
Yeah, he's touched 104. Fastball, slider. He throws a change. He actually throw 3 pitches. I don't know if I would if I threw that hard. Yeah, just here it is.
Gillespie fouls it off. Another 102 mile an hour fastball. One and two. Let's see if he has a secondary pitch he wants to trot out. Fastball up. That's a terrific take at 102.
Yeah, that would be my concern. You throw in 102 and your changeup is 90. Down to hitting speed.
Gillespie with the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. You've got Dietrich on deck. Miami's down 3 and down to their last out. Mauricio Cabrera. There's a breaking ball and it's out. I would expect that's.
I think he wanted to call it. Watch Larry Vanover.
Oh, whoa. Look at Fox Tracks.
Yeah, he had the look and he's like, nah, I'm not going to do it.
It had the black Here's a 3-2. Gillespie lines it to left. Bonifacio is there, and he makes the catch. And this ball game belongs to the Braves, and the Marlins' frustrations against Atlanta mount. 9 games between the two. And the Braves have won 7 of 9. Brandon Snyder with a big pinch hit triple that drove in 2. One of the deciding hits tonight. 8-5 the final. Braves win. Marlins Live is next.